March 8th, 1971, 8 activists, including a cab driver, a daycare director, 2 professors, broke into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, and stole every document they found. They wanted to document how FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover was spying on citizens and actively suppressing dissent. The break-in occurred as much of the nation was fixated on a boxing match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, which was billed as the fight of the century. The identity of the burglars would remain a mystery for over 40 years. Soon after stealing the documents, the activists, calling themselves the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI, began leaking shocking details about FBI abuses to the media. The documents exposed COINTELPRO, the FBI's secret counterintelligence program, a global, clandestine, unconstitutional practice of surveillance, infiltration, and disruption of groups engaged in protest, dissent, and social change. Targets included the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, the Black Panthers, the American Indian Movement, the Young Lords, anti-war groups, black booksellers, and other groups.
All right, let's try this again. What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, we're going to be going in here today. I said last week on this very day that after the video with James Small dropped, that I would be doing a critique to his more recent chicanery, where he said it with his full chest that, you know, FBA is basically CIA. And I wanted to do this because in my previous video, I was very respectful. I tried to make sure I handled the situation with kid gloves because of the amount of respect that myself and many others within the Black grassroots actually have for James Small. And then, you know, right after that video dropped, or right after I released that video to the members area, he doubled down once again. And that was enough for me to say, you know what? All right, respect out the window. It's time to crack down on this nonsense. However, I want to make sure I do this properly. Not in a way where, you know, I want to be respectful in the manner that I wanted to in the last video. No. That's done and over with. You know, in order to receive respect, you have to be a respectable person. In order to receive respect, you have to understand that you can't go around disrespecting the only people that has ever held you in high regard and has ever given you that respect. So yeah, that respect thing is now to the side. But what I do want to do, I want to make this a very teachable moment. I'm going to make this such a teachable moment that it's going to be interactive. I want to make sure that everybody who watched the news, who watch people on social media, I want to make sure that people within the foundational Black America society, I want to make sure that we have a tool at hand in order to actually look at and see who's actually moving like a psyop. And there's ways to tell. And so today, we're going to go over that. We're going to ask the question, is FBA a psyop? And we're going to answer it here today. And then we're going to answer Another question: is Pan-Africanism, aka Scam Africanism, aka Pan-Goofyism, is that a psyop? And we're going to answer that here today. And the way we're going to answer it, we're going to use a tool. And this tool that we're going to use here today, let me go ahead and bring it up. Give me 1 second here. This cool tool is called the NCI Engineered Reality Scoring System. This tool here was created by a man by the name of Chase Hughes, who spent roughly around 2 decades training military and intelligence personnel, anywhere from Navy SEALs to the CIA to the FBI. And basically what I'm saying is, this is the guy who trains the guys to go out and put on or create these psyops. So when you talk about a psyop, there is no more qualified way to see if there's a psyop happening here than actually going through this 20-question test designed to detect manipulation. Oh yeah, this is going to be a different one today, family. I could have spent 2.5 hours cursing out James Small, but what would that prove? To be honest with you, many of us in the new black media have touched on this situation, and we have all touched on it in different ways. And I don't want to be any different. I'm going to make sure I touch on this in a very different way, in a very strategic way, because with this, we can actually show and call out those who call us a psyop. We can actually see and prove that with this test here, you're most likely more than a psyop than we ever will be. The NCI stands for the Neurocognitive Intelligence Program. And as I stated, this test was literally put together in order to be able to spot manipulation, to be able to finger and call out psyop groups created by a man who trained psyop groups. Now, family, like I said, I want this to be very engagement friendly. So for all those who would like to go over this as well, not just listen, but want to partake in this situation and do your own numbers, I've made this available in the description. You can go to the description. You can click the link that says NCI, download this form, and you can keep this form for whatever situation may have you. When you're watching the news, if you're hearing situations that apply to this form, you'll know it's a psyop. When you hear people on social media talking with the same talking points, moving in the same demeanor, then you will know that it's a psyop. And you can actually just go down the 1 to 20 checkpoint list and score it. And if it hits the right numbers, then you know it is absolutely a psyop. Now let's go over this scoring, if you don't mind, very quickly. Down here, these are the scoring instructions. Okay. Number 1. So you can mark anywhere from 1 to 5 on these questions. 1 being not present, no signs of manipulation. And 5 being the highest, clear, strong evidence of manipulation. Okay. Now, if you're done, if you get over this test and you got a score from 0 to 25, it is a low likelihood of a psyop. If it's points anywhere from 26 to 50, it's a moderate likelihood. Look deeper. If it's 51 to 75, it's a strong likelihood of manipulation. And if it's 76 to 100, it is overwhelmingly signs of a psyop. Now, like I said, family, we're going to score this. And I got my pen and paper here for both foundational Black Americans and the scam goofies, the pan goofies, the pan Africans. And we're going to come to a conclusion here today so that the youth, when they come across this video clip, they'll see this and know that we wasn't just being emotional, because y'all know my saying, an emotional mind is an easily manipulated mind. We won't just be being emotional, but we'll be actually breaking it down using tactics that's actually given by the people who create these psyops. So before we do that, now that I got that spew out the way, let me go ahead and scroll up and do what we do. Got to give a B1 salute shalom to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you. Our brother AO in the building. Much love to you. Sybil is in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Black Spider is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. She said, I got to see this one on the live in real time. Much love to you, my good sister. Thank you for being here. Our sister Bad72 is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. I believe that's our good sister Taste and Teas with Tony. Yes, it is. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Like I said, they switched up the way that you see the names on here. Let's go here. Our brother Breeze Omega is in the building. Much love to you. Shalom. Thank you for being here. Our sister Priscilla Taylor is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Want to make sure we got everybody. Our brother Still Kevin Trees is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. As well as our good sister Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Shalom as well. And our sister Key Prince is in the building, as well as our brother John Son is in the building. Shalom, and thank you both for being here. Much love to the both of you. Our sister Felicia Haywood is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Much love. We the People is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Quasi Black Star is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. McQuib Zone. I hold it to my head, not my heart. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Like I said, they switch up these names, and that threw me the hell off. Our sister Brenda Thompson is in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you, my sister, Miss Thompson. Thank you for being here. Tater Man is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And all those who are not in the chat, much love to you. Thank you for being here. And all those who's going to catch this on the playback, much love. Thank you for being here. Now, family, like I said, you can click that link in the description if you like to follow along, because I'm going to ask you guys these questions, and I want you guys to tell me the answer to these questions. And I'm just going to write whatever number that you guys give me, and then we'll move on to Scam Africanism, and we're going to go through some clips in order to answer those questions. Now, shout out to JVB Boy in the building. Much love to you. But like I said, if you like to follow along, the forum is actually in the description under the NCI forum. So you can download that there. So, first things first, family. Let's talk about the timing of FBA. Did FBA spark up at a time where it was time to divide Black Americans, or did it pop up as a situation where we saw that Barack Obama was not doing anything for us? We saw one of the largest upticks in anti-Black hate crimes that wasn't being taken care of. And every time we called on Obama to do something, Obama made it very clear that he was not only going to do nothing, but he would come and do some sort of pandering in order to keep people from actually calling them out, like going to a god dang going to a memorial singing Al Green instead of bringing us an anti-black hate crime bill, instead of trying to send your DOJ after these departments that overwhelmingly was targeting black Americans. There you go. Good. He got up there splaining and singing. Shout out to our sister Key Prince for that. So I would have to ask, was the timing of FBA, did that look oppish? Because for the majority of us, we would say, and I would say, and y'all let me know in the chat if I'm wrong, that the FBA movement was birthed out of a necessity in order to make sure we get policies and things to protect our people after Barack Obama left office and didn't do nothing. And one of the major people that we all collectively said hell no to was Hillary Clinton. They was going to run Hillary Clinton for their candidate for the president of the United States. The same woman that called us super predators, the same woman that literally partook in the whole situation of the black uptick in the prison system. Wasn't she a participant in Joe Biden's reality into making sure that we were the super predators? Or what they call the Biden crime bill. So for the most part, after Barack Obama, we wasn't rocking with Hillary because we got a longer memory than most people would like us to believe. Exactly, my sister. She started pandering too with the hot sauce in the purse. Roland Martin trying to teach her how to do the Dougie or whatever the dance was. What is the Cupid Shuffle? Yeah, we haven't been rocking with people, and you could tell there's been several articles that come out that actually tells you that, god dang it, the voting block that we have so strongly been a part of has been declining ever since Obama left office. Really, the voting block has been declining ever since Obama's last term in office. So foundational Black Americans walking away from the Democratic Party at a time where the Democratic Party was clearly showing us that we were not being, our issues were not going to be addressed, and we were not being pushed to the forefront whatsoever. I wouldn't say that that's good timing on their part whatsoever. It wouldn't look like a Psyop timing whatsoever unless you conflate Black Americans with the Democratic Party. And you cannot do that because you cannot conflate any or attach any lineage or group of people with one political party. So let's be very clear about that. So when it comes down to us, the timing on that would have to be a number one. I would have to go with the lowest score on that because, you know, this came about organically. And they hate the fact that it came about organically. Shout out to Crux in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. So let's go on to the next question. Emotional manipulation. Does it provide fear, outrage, or guilt without solid evidence? Does foundational Black Americans go around trying to fear tactic people? Do we go around creating an outrage whatsoever? How about a guilt without solid evidence? To all those, I would say no. There is no emotional manipulation when it comes down to foundational Black Americans. Why? Because of the fact that we're just saying, hey, okay, you guys, you're not really rocking with us. So you guys go over there, you do what you do, and we'll be over here doing what we'll do. We'll stand on lineage business. We'll take care of our own. We'll fight for our issues, and you guys do the same. Where's the fear tactic in that? There is none. Where's the outrage in that? As a matter of fact, the outrage is coming from the people outside of our lineage because we're saying, hey, we're just going to concentrate squarely on our lineage. So we're not causing outrage for any reason purposely. It's only causing outrage because of the fact that people don't like the fact that we're saying, okay, handle your candle. We're going to handle ours, and we're going to concentrate on what's owed to us here. And then guilt without solid evidence. We're not blaming anybody for anything at this point in time. All we're doing is removing ourselves from this quote unquote global blackness. There's no guilt to be had there. Now, if we want to go further, we can, if we got to pull strings, we can, guess you could say I can pull a little bit. Let me go ahead and reach a little bit if you want me to reach. The farthest you can say is that the only guilt that we're putting on people is the fact that they've come to America and they deliberately disrespect the people who fought for them to be here in America. They deliberately disrespect the people who made it possible for them to actually come to America to quote unquote have a better life. They deliberately disrespect the people who make sure that anytime they go through something, we stand on up and start fighting for them. So if you want to say guilt without solid evidence, even there, we have solid evidence and proof that these folks come over here being disrespectful. You know, when they say to us, we have no culture, when they try to flat black everything that comes from our culture so that they can put their title and name on it, when they say something we created doesn't belong to us, it was created by Africans and the Caribbeans and Latinos 50-50. Yeah, I wouldn't say that that would be guilt without solid evidence because we have a lot of solid evidence on what these folks have been doing. So on that one, I would have to put a 1-2. Got to call a spade before we continue. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. And he says, the sleeper has awakened. Salute to the fellowship. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. And shout out to Yagua. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Global blackness has never served us. Absolutely. And being self-aware enough to understand that does not make us any type of evil. It doesn't mean we're wishing evil upon people. It doesn't mean that we have a hatred towards any of these people. All it absolutely means is that we become self-aware enough to understand that, hey, this does not benefit us whatsoever. And since it doesn't benefit us, we don't have to continue to move in this manner. By moving in this manner, we are agreeing upon everything that happens to us while moving in this manner. And we refuse to allow these type of things to continue to happen. That is not being evil. That is not being disrespectful. That is being self-aware and making sure that you are not moving in a manner to which you are diminishing or demeaning what your lineage, heritage, and culture has brought forth to this reality. Let's be very clear about that. Let me give a B1 salute and a shalom to our good brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother, as well as our sister our sister Bad 72. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for your contribution. Your Cash App donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your donation as always, my good sister, and your contribution. Also, let me do this as well because I had a few major contributions come in the other day, and I want to make sure that I give a B1 salute to this person as well. While I'm waiting on that, I want to give another shalom and salute to our sister Andrea Jones. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Give me 1 second, family. One second. All right. So I want to give a B1 salute to our brother Cyberdyne 100 for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. And also, I want to give a major shout out and salute to Carl Miller. Much love to you. I appreciate your contribution, family, tenfold. Much love to you, and I thank you. Your donation is blessed tenfold, family. Now, also to our good sister, Faith Speaks Life. Much love to you. Thank you for your contribution, my good sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always as well. Now, I appreciate you guys giving me a hot second to get all that out the way. Let's move on to the next line here. Number 3, uniform messaging are key phrases or ideas repeated across media. Now, with this one, it's a little bit tricky, but I'm going to have to give it a 3. And the reason why I'm going to give it a 3 is because FBA being a lineage, yes, we have to remind folks consistently that we are a lineage and not a hate group, because they run around saying we're a hate group, we're CIA, all this other nonsense. But also, we remind people why delineation is working for us, because we're seeing it. We're seeing it with our own eyes. So it's still Kevin Tree says 4. All right. So I'll go with a 4. We're going to be very honest on this. Very honest. So right now we sit at a 6. Not too bad. He said we sure do. Good God. Hey, at least we're honest about it. We got to be honest about it. They hate delineation. Absolutely. They hate it, and we keep reminding them of why we love it. So I'll give us that 4. We'll get a strong 4 on that one, okay? Shout out to our sister Key Prince. All we have to do is sit down and let everyone crash out. Absolutely. Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi. The Most High is blessing his chosen people, FBA. Absolutely. And this right here, this form is about to show, once again, that everything they say about us only applies to them. Missing information. Number 4. Are alternative views or critical details excluded? And I would have to say that's a 1, because to be honest with you, we bring all the scholarship. Whenever someone brings an opposing point, we look at it from the scholarship situation. We don't just say, oh, you sound stupid. No. We break it down with the scholarship and prove why what they're saying is incorrect. So we don't come around with no missing information. We tell everybody to do their own research. We don't force people to follow our research, but we do tell them to do their own research. And that's because we don't want to be an echo chamber. That's because we want people to know these things for themselves. So when it comes down to message information, I'm going to put a number one, because we don't have any missing information when it comes down to what we put forth at all. Number 5, simplistic narratives. Okay. Is the story reduced to good or evil framework? When it comes down to being foundational Black American, it don't matter whether you good or evil. You could be foundational Black American, whether you a coon tap dancing, or whether you a stand up 100% stand on your square type of person. Unfortunately, you could be a goddamn Malcolm X, or you could be a Jesse Peters. You could be goddamn Martin Luther King, or you could be Dr. Kubar Vasquez. Even though it's debatable whether Kubar is actually, FBA, but still, you get the point. Good and evil really isn't a factor in this situation, because it isn't about whether you're a good person or a bad person. It's about whether your lineage comes from the slave fields here in America. If it does, then guess what? You're foundational Black American. If you were here before the founding of America, guess what? You're foundational Black American. If you do not have an immigrant background, guess what? You're foundational Black American. So really, good versus evil really isn't a situation with us. It has nothing to do with it. Either you are or you're not. It's a bloodline. And no matter what you do, it doesn't take away your bloodline. So number 5, I got to put a number 1, because we don't practice you got to be this in order to be FBA unless it's about the bloodline. There is no other concrete situations that have to be in place in order for you to be foundational Black American, other than you coming from a family background, a lineage that is non-immigrant, period. So we're going to put a number 1 on number 5. Oh, right now we're looking at what, 7? We're only at 7. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Number 6, tribal division. I would have to put a number 1 on that too. We're not tribalistic. We can rock with anybody as long as they respect our lineage, heritage, and culture. Let me say that again. We can rock with anybody as long as you respect our lineage, heritage, and culture and customs. Let's just put that in there too. It's very simple. So tribalism, we'll put a 1 on that one, because you can't prove otherwise. We're the only people around the globe that has never been tribalistic when it comes to the consistency of being Black at all. Everybody who's come to America, who's been put into our communities, have literally, quite literally, has eaten off of us. They're able to put businesses in our communities. They're able to cosplay as us. They're able to get our scholarships. We can't get none of their scholarships, but they can get our scholarships. Let's be very, very clear on that. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Iron Will in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Thank you both for being here, family. As always, it's great to see you. Now, let's move on to number 7. Number 7, authority overload. Are questionable experts driving the narrative? I would have to say number one on that one too. Because regardless of whether or not a person like to call themselves foundational Black American, excuse me, whether a person likes to call themselves foundational Black American, whether they call themselves a native Black American, whether they call themselves Negro, whether they call themselves ADOS, and I'm not talking about the organization, I'm talking about specifically just addressing themselves or identifying themselves as a descendant of American slave, whether they call themselves Indigenous American, or whether they call themselves Solan. All of these things are being moved by different factors. And they're not all being moved by one scholarly person. It's not all being moved by one expert or one authority figure. We don't have any leaders in any of these situations in which we're speaking about with the identity of foundational Black Americans, which is the umbrella term for all non-Black immigrants in this country, or someone who has a non-immigrant background, at least one parent. None of this is led by anybody. There's not one figure or one authority to say what we represent or what's going on. It's just us universally getting on code and saying, yeah, we ain't rocking with this no more. So I'm going to have to put a 1 down on number 7 as well. Oh, we're looking real low right here, family. We're looking real low right here. We're at 10 right now, and we're only on number 7. Let's continue. Shout out to the Black King in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Where are the FBA scholars? Where are the FBA intellectuals? What are their names? I bet you cannot provide a single one. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., even though he's not a doctor, I give him that title because he's always been solidified to me. So, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. Dr. Joyce DeGruy. I mean, really, your trolling isn't really significant. I didn't really need to answer this question, but let's continue. Chancellor Williams. Dr. Claude Anderson. Shout out to our sister Key Prince. Dr. Amos. Shall I continue? Like I said, you folks are desperate. Shout out to Miss Niece. She said, Church, I blocked his ass. That's why you got a wrench, my sister. Do what you do. Do what you do. Shout out to Pan African for scam. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Exactly. Dr. Henrik Clark. Like a lot of these folks, Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, God dang it, Elijah Muhammad. Why would you even say such stupidity? That just shows how god dang pathetic you are. Azar Kwesi. Shout out to that master teacher. Like these folks, they just prove how not just pathetic, but how desperate they are. Desperate. Shout out to Christopher. He said, it's that I'm the smartest ninja in the room that pisses me off. I get it. I get it. Just assume you're talking to intelligent black society when you wipe your feet at our door. You're absolutely correct, my good brother. That is a phenomenal comment. Just assume you're speaking to intelligent black society when you wipe your feet off at our doorstep. You knocked on our door. I didn't come to your door knocking on your door asking you for nothing. I ain't said your name all day. We ain't even got to you yet. Shout out to Divine Woman, Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett, shout out to him too. Another Grandmaster teacher, shout out. JVB, shout out to you, my brother. Dr. Huey P. Newton, like I said, we could go on and on and on and on. But it doesn't even matter because you're in the gulag right now. You in the back channels. Enjoy it there because you damn sure ain't going to be able to come back in this chat. Now let's continue, shall we? A call for urgent action. Number 8, a call for urgent action. Does it demand immediate decisions without reflection? FBA has never told anybody you have to call yourself FBA. We have never given you ultimatums to do anything. We've never said you must do one or the other. We've never done any of that. So the answer to number 8 is a emphatic number 1. You can't tell us that we've been forcing anybody to do anything. As a matter of fact, we don't even care what people in the lineage wants to be calling themselves. If we're calling ourselves FBAs and people in the lineage wants to call, and I've said this several times on several broadcasts, if you're a part of the lineage and you want to call yourself a polka-dotted motherfucking giraffe, guess what I'm going to call you? Well, that's my polka-dotted giraffe brother over there, but he's a part of the lineage and, much love to him. I don't have no problems with him. If he want to call himself an upside-down duck, guess what? That's my brother. He's an upside-down duck. But he's a part of the lineage, I don't have a problem with that. So yeah, that's an emphatic number 1. Let's go with number 9. Overuse of novelty. Okay. Is the event framed as shocking or unprecedented? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to have to give us we got to do at least a 3 on that one. We got to do at least a 3 because many of us have made it clear that these are unprecedented times. We're not the same as the folks that they thought that they could use some of those COINTELPRO tactics on. We're a lot different because we're a lot more educated. We have what is it? I forget what it's called. We have the blessing of hindsight. Let's put it like that. So I gotta say, we gotta go at least 3 on that because yes, we are living in unprecedented times. This is a shock to a lot of people that we're not sitting on the Democratic plantation just doing and moving off of anything that they're saying. Pushing a narrative that's being pushed to us. So we're going to go with a 3 on the number 9. Got to be honest about that. Number 10. Shout out to our sister Tampa Bay in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. As well as our good brother Jesse Paris is in the building. Shalom and much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. I feel you, Ayo. We're not shocked, but everybody else is shocked. They're shocked that we're so damn on code right now when it comes to representing our lineage and standing on this delineation business. So that's what I mean by, us saying people are shocked, because they are. And us saying that this is unprecedented times, because it is. We're actually showing the power that we have and the power that we implemented. So that's why I got to say, okay, we got to go at least 3. Shout out to B1 Business in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. All right. This is number 10. Financial political gain. Do powerful groups benefit disproportionately? Well, we know the Democrats don't benefit because we just made them crash out. We got the Republicans crashing out because of the fact that, god dang it, well, they're going after each other's necks now. Yeah, and the Green Party is sending out their god dang little minions in order to try to, pull us from each party, but still try to make us, think that we all need to vote on the same accord. I.e., people like your Fleenies. I.e., your people like Imara, her best friend, your conscious Fleroys, those kind of people. And I would say it doesn't benefit any of them, but it does benefit us. So I got to put a number 1 on 10. Oh, family, we're going to go deeper. We're going to go deeper, but I just want to get this part out the way real quick. And then we're going to touch on all these other situations and we're going to ask the same questions. But this time we're going to have visuals. All visuals. Always good to have. Shout out to Earl in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Either you FBA or you not. That is explaining is over. Stay on cold. Cash reparations for FBA. Much love to you. And I accept those premises 100% fold. Both parties' refusal of the couch party for FBAs. Absolutely, my sister. Absolutely. Let's get over here to number 11. Suppression of dissent. Oh, suppression of dissent. Are critics silenced or labeled negatively? Family, I'm going to have to say 1 on that too. There's many people who are FBAs who don't want to be called FBAs, who are critiquing FBAs, and we're just saying, okay, that person, he's a pan goofy or whatever. Let him do what he want to do. But does that change their lineage? No, it doesn't. Does it change the fact that they're still a part of the lineage? No, it doesn't. Are we demonizing that person? Not really. They're demonizing themselves. At the end of the day, if nobody say anything about us, we don't say anything about them. And even if they're a part of the lineage, like Professor James Smalls, and he goes off on a tangent about us, like Professor James Smalls, all we do is replay that tangent and chop it down piece by piece and show why what he's saying doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, there is no suppression of dissent. I'm going to have to put a 1 on that one too. Number 11 got a 1. False dilemmas, number 12. Are only 2 extreme options presented? We give no options for anything. We're not saying either you're going to be an FBA or you're going to be a tap dancing, bootlicking coon. No. We already understand and overstand that, god dang it, Even if you don't call yourself FBA, that's your lineage. You call yourself anything under the sun, that's your lineage. But we understand, for us, you're under that umbrella. So there is no two extremes. There is no picking in between the better of two evils. There's none of that. Either you're FBA or you're not. It's that simple. And that's determined by bloodline. It's that simple. Let's be very clear. So we're going to put a number 1 on number 12. Shout out to our brother Cotton Club in the building. Y'all make sure to go and follow this good brother Cotton Club Radio in the building. Brilliant broadcast, brother Church. You are a real vanguard for the lineage. You're right. Delineation shell shock the hell out of these political parties. Absolutely, my brother. Much love to you. And you're absolutely correct. And that's one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of these talking points coming out of these think tanks. Notice, we don't have the same talking points as FBAs. Why? Because we all have our own damn minds. Now, we might use certain words that other FBAs use, like delineation, because that's the movement right now. However, that has nothing to do with whether or not we're pushing the same talking points, because our talking points usually are all different. From FBAs to the indigenous Americans to Solon to God dang it. Well, Solon and FBAs are more connected than the others, but to the American Negro, we're using different talking points, but we understand that we're all speaking about the same people. Let's be very clear about that. Number 13, the bandwagon effect. Oh, see, I don't know about that one. Hold on. We got to answer that one honestly, too. Is there pressure to conform because everyone else is doing it? Honestly, I would have to say, if we were talking about other people outside of FBAs, I would say it's a 5, because those folks, they are trying their hardest to call themselves FBAs, but it's not because of the fact that we're pressuring them. They're trying to call themselves FBAs because they know that we're delineating and cutting everybody else off. And they know that if they're not tied to us, they're not going to be receiving the same kind of benefits that they would receive if they were tied to us. But when it comes down to us, we're not going around forcing anybody to call themselves FBAs because that's the most popular term at the time. As a matter of fact, it's contrary. We're not forcing anybody. They're trying to force us not to call ourselves FBAs. We're not going around here saying, hey, you got to call yourself FBAs because look at how popular we are. That's not a situation at all. It's not a situation at all. We've told many people, you can call yourself whatever the hell you want to call yourself. But if you come from a lineage that has no immigrant background in this country and you're black, we know you're FBA. You fall under that umbrella. Now, what you choose to call yourselves, that's your business. So 13, I'm going to have to go 1 as well, because we're not pushing a bandwagon narrative. We're not trying to get everybody on the bandwagon. As a matter of fact, we're staying away from away from those bandwagons. Everybody else is on the bandwagon kick. We're like, y'all do y'all. We're over here minding our business. We FBAs over here minding our damn FBA business. Number 14, emotional repetition. Are the same emotional triggers repeated excessively? I don't really. I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3, because the emotional triggers at the end of the day isn't us pushing the emotional triggers. It's us reminding folks why we're delineating. Because people play obtuse, they act like they don't know what they've been doing. They act like folks don't see the Africans come over here and try to not only cosplay us, but wash us out of existence by trying to take over things like our essence festivals. Trying to say that hip hop is a Caribbean and Latino 50-50 creation. So when it comes down to the repetition, I would say we got to give it a 3. We got to give it a 3. And that's only because of the fact we have to keep reminding these folks of the same damn shit that they already know. Shalom and salute to our sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you. Exactly, my sister Bad. Breakdancing, all of that. Everything we create, they try to say that they have some sort of hand in. Soul food, for God's sakes. Soul food. Something that you look at their food, look at our food. It's really them triggering us, to be honest with you. Number 15, cherry pick data. Are statistics presented selectively or out of context? And that's the number one too. Because anytime we present anything, we give you the resource, and we love to tell everybody to do your own research. To do your own research and trust what you find. So we're going to have to go number 1 on 15. Number 16, logical fallacies. Are flawed arguments used to dismiss critiques? Now, the one thing we don't have is any flawed arguments, because we're the ones who usually use the history. We use the historical guides in order to shut down many of people. And they will try to bring false history or pseudo history in order to lie to us, thinking we don't know the damn history. So we're going to have to put a 1 there too. Shalom and salute to number 1, Switchblade in the building. Much love to you, family. We're almost done here. We got 4 more to go. Manufactured outrage. Does outrage seem sudden or disconnected from facts? Well, we know that's the number 1, because god dang it, we're not outraged about anything unless it's pertaining to our lineage, heritage, or culture. If it's not pertaining to our lineage, heritage, or culture, we don't really care about it. It's when people start trying to lie about our lineage, our heritage, our culture, our customs. When it's about when it starts getting about people trying to lie about being a part of our lineage, heritage, or culture. So yeah, that's definitely a 1 as well. 18, framing techniques. Is the story shaped to control how you perceive it? Got to do a number 1 on that, because we use history. And if history in itself just tells you what happened, then we can't be using it or weaponizing it in order to control the narrative or the framing of history. No. The fact of the matter is, America was built off of the wealth and labor of foundational Black Americans. That's how it became the most powerful country on the globe. And America owed foundational Black Americans a debt due to this situation. And nobody who comes over here willingly is owed a damn thing from the government, because they made the conscious decision to come over to said government, knowing the conditions that foundational Black Americans were under. We can't weaponize that. That's just the facts. Shout out to Felicia. She said, yes, we don't care when it's not about us. Exactly. Exactly. Our sister Black Spider, knowingly, yes, they knowingly come over here, knowing what conditions our people is under, and try to assimilate into the people that created these conditions for us. Bad said, period. You don't flee to a country for better opportunity where the foundation is not built. Exactly, because then there's no opportunity. Our brother AO said, we are the folks that define America. Absolutely. Let's continue. Before we do, you're welcome, Tether. Absolutely. Absolutely. FBAs are America. That's us, 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 us. Absolutely. We are America. The U.S. flag. Let's continue. Number 19, rapid behavior shifts. Are groups adopting symbols or actions without clear reasoning? And you know that's the one for us because we're not adopting anything. We only reclaimed anything that we had. The American flag, that was told by our sister Grace Wisher. So yeah, we could be proud of that. The Black American Heritage flag, that's ours. There are no symbols being adopted. There are no actions being adopted. We're just living in our FBA skin, representing our FBA lineage, heritage, and culture, as well as our FBA customs and our ancestors. There are no actions being taken outside of that. What you do as an FBA is what you do as an individual. We're not collectively pushing for a certain action. We've just collectively said, you know what, delineation is what we're on because we're seeing the way we're treated by everyone else. That's not us pushing for an action. That's us actually saying we're stepping back and concentrating on us. And we didn't have to push that because we all did that collectively. And last but not least, historical parallels. Does the story mirror manipulative past events? When have you ever saw within the history here in America where Black Americans have made the political parties crash out? Where Black Americans has not tried to put everybody else's problems on our backs? When have you seen in history where foundational Black Americans has said, you know what? This isn't our fight. You've never seen it. This is the only time in our history where we've actively said, yeah, you guys go ahead and handle your candle. If it has nothing to do with us, we're not even going to mind that. We're not going to pay that business. No, never mind. We're going to mind the business that pays us. You've never seen it. So that's the one. So let's count this up. Let's tally this up. That's 10, 15, 20. $27 points. And we go down here, 0 to 25, low likelihood of a psyop. So we're 27, moderate likelihood, look deeper. And that's only because of the fact that we've been going around here explaining to people over and over what delineation is. Explain to people over and over that we're not a hate group. Explain to people over and over about the disrespect. But that's relatively low. So I'm going to go ahead and put no on that one. I'm going to put no on that one. A B1 salute and shalom to Seductive Doll in the building. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Cool Keezy in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. But now that we done went all through this on our end, it's time to go through this on everybody else's end. Keezy said 27% is failing. Exactly. That's a failed grade right there. But now, let's talk about the scam African, Pan-African. Let's talk about the whole situation ever since we actually been standing on our square, ever since we could start from 2016. Ever since 2016. Let's start there. So, the timing. What should we put as the timing? Because they only started calling us bots, if you remember, during Hillary's term. And when was that? Oh, that's right. That was after Obama. After we said, if you do not bring us any tangibles, you won't get no vote. No tangibles, no vote is what we were saying in 2016. That's when they were putting Hillary Clinton on all the little black news medias, the old dead news media programs, trying to convince us that we should vote for her because she be kicking it with the blacks. Oh, don't worry about that god dang pesky god dang statement she made about black children being super predators. No, just worry about the fact that she walks around with hot sauce in her purse. Just worry about the fact that Roland Pinball Martin was trying to get on stage and teach her how to do the Cupid Shuffle or the Cha-Cha Slide. Let's be very clear about that. And it's very important to be clear about this. So when it comes to timing, I'm going to have to put a 5. Every time we stand on our square about something, here comes somebody talking about something that has nothing to do with what we're standing on our square about. We're talking about delineation. And they're saying delineation. Oh, if you're delineating, then you're a hate group. When that didn't work, they said if you're delineating, then you're a cult. You FBAs are a cult. When that didn't work, they said you FBAs are CIA. And with none of those things working, they still pick every time we come out to say or bring up a situation, a grievance about something, they're sending out a new person to speak on the same thing. The timing is always there. Let's go here real quick and then we'll jump back to the situation.
Yo, one thing black people gonna do is fall for a CIA plot. We fall for that shit every time. Like, them boys are undefeated against us. Like, we don't see how this whole, I'm a native, we're indigenous, we ain't from Africa. We don't see how that's a whole CIA thing. We're gonna fall for that. We fall for that shit every time. Like, we kind of goofy. I hate to admit it, bro, but yeah, we got all the we kind of goofy, bro. Like, we don't see how that.
We? We.
We're kind of goofy. Sir, who is we? I took Spanish in class back in school, and it took me a couple of times to pass that, so I don't speak French whatsoever. We? Very interesting. Let's continue.
Is them. We don't see that. We so hip. We don't see that. We're a little goofy, y'all. I'm sorry.
He didn't said that so much. I got to play this again.
We? We.
A B1 saluting shalom to our sister Mia Kim in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good sister. Let's let him continue.
I hate to admit it. We're a little goofy, man. We fall for that shit every single time.
Now you're gonna have to basically just talk on your own merit. Don't talk about us. We don't fall for anything every single time. People such as yourself do. Let's go back here. Emotional manipulation. Does it provoke fear, outrage, or guilt without solid evidence? Family. This is a number 5 if I've never seen a number 5. Does it provoke fear, outrage, or guilt without solid evidence? I'm putting down 5. I'm going to put down 5, and let me show you why. Salute and shalom to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you, my good sister. Let's go here.
Well, this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I'd like to read a book. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the JEWs, and I did not speak out because I was not a JEW. And then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak for me. This was written by a Protestant pastor during the Holocaust, and it still rings true today. See, xenophobia is a tool of white supremacy. It is, and it always has been. And you have allowed your xenophobia, your need to delineate, to fuel you and Black Americans to be tethered to our version of oppression. This is not an aha moment. This is not an I told you so moment. This is deeply terrifying. Because while there's a country for me to be deported back to, this hate and hatred for immigrants that has distracted you into forgetting that you have always been their true enemy is what has led to them now having a tool to displace and disenfranchise even more Black Americans. Please understand that. Look at the cities that are being hit. These are not cities that have a high Black immigrant population. These are Black American cities. Wake up. They simply use your hate for us to distract you while they created this perfect weapon to use against you. And you help them. Please understand that.
Okay. All right. That needs a 6. Okay. All right. It seems like fear tactics to me. Excuse my microwave in the back, family. Let's continue. Let's go here.
See a lot of Black people saying, well, they can't deport Black people because we're here. I know you don't think they're building all of these detention centers for immigrants. See, what happens is that, let's just say worst case scenario, they change the definition of citizenship to exclude your Black ass. Now you are here illegally. And so the practice that they've been doing, running up on all these folks, they will now do to you.
They can't do that, though. We are native to this land. This is our land. Even Trump has even alluded to that when he said, those don't look like no Indians to me. When he was talking about the $5 ass Indians and on reservations right now, he already said it. He knows who we are. We know who we are. We are not getting deported anywhere. And if we're getting sent to some fucking internment camps or some sort of jails, they're already doing that. Why are y'all trying to, again, this scare tactic, y'all trying to scare us into some shit that's already happening. They're already sending us to jail. We're already living under a system of white supremacy where it's I'm white and I say so. Negroes get sent to jail every fucking day. Hello, mass incarceration. I'm just trying to figure out how y'all trying to act like this is supposed to scare us when we're facing the same threat we've already been facing for over 400 years, at least since we got out of slavery. What are you talking about? You think they're just making them internal credits just for immigrants? Yeah. Because if they wanted to take us to fucking jail, why the fuck would they take us overseas when they could just put us in a jail right here? They've been putting us in.
And they will put your ass in that jail to continue the tradition of slave labor that is already in the Constitution. They don't even have to change nothing.
Right. It's already happening here on American soil. You have Negroes in jail working for pennies. Like you're contradicting yourself. It's doublespeak. This is doublespeak.
Fact of the matter is the 14th Amendment was only put in that Constitution in response to the Dred Scott case and after Black people had fought in the Civil War. But
so what does any of that have to do with immigrants? That's the point. That's the point. Y'all have used that, these people have used that as a loophole to come over here and cosplay as us. And even if you're not cosplaying as us, you're coming over here to benefit off the backs of our fight. You're exploiting. The 14th Amendment should not be giving people the right from other countries to come over here and put themselves in the same social status as Black Americans.
Sorry, family, the mic got muted. I don't know why, but it did. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis, who says, funny how everyone all of a sudden knows how to use the term Black. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, you know, if they don't, yeah, it's starting to look like they're starting to see the whole FAFO when it comes down to not using the term Black. But I digress. We have to continue on because we need to figure out whether or not these fear tactics are real. Are they using Psyop situations at hand? Let's go here.
Also, I really want to know where them FBA niggas at. Like, where's y'all at? Y'all is silent. Where's that nigga that used to be on this bitch screaming, it's Agenda 47? Like, where's the FBA niggas? Like, where's y'all Black Republicans? Where are y'all? Y'all not even Black Republicans. Where's Black MAGA? Like, where are y'all? Where's you niggas at? Because y'all said they not coming for us. We are descendants of this land. This is our land. We are from America and we are Black. They are not going to get us. They just want the Mexicans and the Latinos.
Family, notice what's happening here. Us just telling the truth. Us just telling the truth. It's being looked at as us being Black MAGA. The fact that we can't be deported, that makes us Black MAGA. The fact that we don't want illegals in our communities taking our resources, that makes us MAGA. But go off.
Where are you niggas? Like, where are you niggas? Like, y'all are so fucking silent. I ain't never heard y'all this motherfucking quiet. Like, where them niggas at? Fuck.
And this is a video clip from when they were trying to say that ICE was in Chicago arresting Black people. You know where we were at? On our damn couches, minding our damn business, eating our damn popcorn, watching the TV, watching whatever happened to them folks happen. Because whether these folks know it or not, we keep on explaining to these folks over and over again.
Yeah, problem. Yeah, it's just my problem. No.
So while they were sitting there calling, asking where we're at, this is another tactic that they like to use. The whole, what is it called? It's a psychological situation. Where they tell you not to do something, but you do it. That's basically what's going on here, family. To be 100 with you. I'm spacing on the term, and I don't know why I'm spacing on the term, but let's continue.
Yeah. Lame ass niggas like, y'all so fucking loud. Don't vote for Kamala. She's mixed. Now look at us. Look at us. Trump. Fucking zip time Black kids. Like, bro. Right in Black.
Yeah, problem. Yeah, it's just my problem.
No, Trump was zip tying or had people zip tying or really it was just ICE that was zip tying a bunch of immigrants, illegals. All of the information that came out showed that it wasn't black children that was zip tied at all. It was a bunch of Hispanics. But they damn sure tried to tell us that there were black children. And then they went as far as putting up a picture of a black child in zip tie or being zip tied, but it was by his father and they were playing cops and robbers. This is how desperate these people were. But let's continue.
Apartments. And y'all niggas was on here telling people, don't vote for Kamala because she mixed. You dumb niggas. You niggas are dumb. Don't forever be dumb. But y'all just want to know where y'all at. Y'all too quiet.
All right. Let's go here because we got to, like I said, I want to bring out the evidence. Since people want to say that this is a psyop, we're going to have to really examine what you guys are doing. Let's go here. Don Lemon says black folks need to start packing arms. Start packing the power tool. All because of the illegal immigration situation, the ICE raids, the National Guards. You should be packing a power tool. Not because we're dealing with anti-black police officers in our states, in the country in which we are a part of. No. But for the National Guard who are taking away these illegals because they're not supposed to be here.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Black people.
Don. None of these people are citizens, so why are you sitting here making a citizen appeal? Isn't this what the Second Amendment was made for? Yeah, it was actually put into place to make sure that citizens would not be overthrown by a tyrannical government. It ain't say that the Second Amendment is for citizens who don't like that the government is doing their damn job, who don't like that ICE is removing people that aren't supposed to be in the country to begin with. Isn't this the same kind of January 6th nonsense that they were all running around here saying that Trump was over there promoting? Let's continue, family. Let's continue. Here's a young man saying, oh, I'm about to do a god dang documentary. All to debunk foundational Black Americans. Let's go.
Black power to the global African diaspora. My name is Prince Michael, Global Peace Ambassador and Mount Kenya Ambassador to the African diaspora. And I'm here to formally announce a groundbreaking new documentary that's about to change the conversation forever. It's called Stop Diaspora Wars, Debunking the FBA's War Against Black Unity. This documentary is being produced to directly confront and dismantle one of the most harmful and divisive U.S. National Security Council Memorandum 46 compliant ideologies circulating in the global Black community today, the Foundational Black American Narrative, or FBA. We're going to expose the underlying fraud that it's based on, from glorification of falsified slave records from the white man's historical criminal enterprises to ignorance of basic population science called demography, to the erasure of Caribbean, South American, and African relationships to the very foundation of Black America, which will prove not only the existence of a shared heritage, but also a genealogical lineage claim to the inheritance of that foundation. The evidence will reveal conclusively that there's only one solution concerning this situation to the disenfranchisement of our people that honors the concept of truth and justice. And that solution is unwavering, uncompromising Black unity. Also forgiveness, acceptance, and a collective change of behaviors on all sides of the equation.
Internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
That's what this man sounds like. Period. I'm not even going to play the rest of this right here because, to be honest with you, it'll just be a bunch of dead brain cells getting killed. Well, more brain cells being killed off, and I don't want to do that to you. However, Oswald Bates, exactly, my brother. That's exactly who he sounds like. I want to do this. Let's go back here. Because right now, they're already sitting at a 10. Pan-goofyism is already at a 10. Let's go to number 3, uniform messaging. A key phrase or ideas repeated across media. We got to put a 5 on that too, because even in this, he's doing the same thing, repeating the same nonsense that all these other pan-goofies has been repeating. Trying to call us hate groups, trying to say that we're starting a war. We've been at war with people, and we're not at war with nobody. They're at war with us. Shout out to B1 Business. Much love to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Or if we say, if you want to practice Pan-Africanism, why not go to the motherland? Exactly. Exactly, my good brother. They don't want to go to the motherland. They don't want to go to their motherland and practice Pan-Africanism because it's not working over there. It doesn't work anywhere. The only people who's ever actually practiced Pan-Africanism in the way it was supposed to be practiced, that's foundational Black Americans. And nobody, and I do mean nobody, outside of us has even put it in their mind to know what the true meaning of Pan-Africanism is. But I'm going to play a little bit more of this little pan-goofy right here because he's going to show the uniformity of their talking points. Let's continue.
And ultimately, political and economic integration as the supranational republic of the global African diaspora. This documentary is not just going to be a response on social media. It's going to be a professionally researched, documented, and produced total annihilation of the falsehood that's spreading rapidly through our community. And we're gearing up to begin producing it for global release on all major platforms to maximize the spreading of truth and give our community an opportunity for maximum peace and development. I'm proud to serve as the lead researcher and writer for this documentary. And for those of you who may not be familiar with my work, I'm the one who proved that dehumanization was a legal intellectual property owned by the United States government. I filed a $1.28 quadrillion reparations lawsuit on that basis that we're currently pushing to the Supreme Court. I successfully reclaimed a
family. This man said he he said he started a 1.2 quadrillion lawsuit on the basis that dehumanization is a colonization. Family, 1.2 quadrillion. That's that everybody needs to be paid reparations out of America purse type nonsense. The same nonsense that James Small has been running around talking about as of recently. Let's continue.
Multi-$100 billion vibranium-related intellectual property for the Kikuyu people of Mount Kenya. And now, through this film, I'm going to expose.
What the hell are we talking about? This man is living in the fantasy world.
And now, through this film, I'm going to expose that the FBA narrative is largely based on fraud, $1 billion vibranium-related intellectual property, $5 trillion reparations lawsuit on that basis that we're currently pushing to the Supreme Court. I successfully reclaimed a multi-$100 billion vibranium-related intellectual property for the Kikuyu people of Mount Kenya. And now, through this film,
this man said that he I can't believe that. This man is bringing up vibranium, family. Vibranium. Vibranium. What are we talking about here? Shout out to our sister Hurricane Niche. She said this mockumentary is all about FBA reparations, and I would not doubt that for one damn second, my sister. I would not doubt that. This man said that he recovered billions of dollars of vibranium intellectual property. This is how they talk to us and think that we're supposed to be on board. Family, let's continue. Hold on. Got to give a B1 salute and shalom to our brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, as well as Troy. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Let's go here, family. Let's continue. Let's let them continue.
His lawsuit on that basis that we're currently pushing to the Supreme Court. I successfully reclaimed a multi-$100 billion vibranium-related intellectual property for the Kikuyu people of Mount Kenya. And now, through this film, I'm going to expose that the FBA narrative is largely based on fraud, ignorance, and taking irresponsible advantage of an internal family dispute that legitimately needs progressive solutions. Now,
an internal family dispute. So all this is off of an internal family dispute. It's not about the people coming over here eating off of us while disrespecting us. No, we're taking advantage of an internal family dispute. Make it make sense. Like I said, family, their messaging is pretty uniform to me. If it doesn't look like it anywhere else, it definitely looks like it right here. Shalom and salute to our sister Summer Breeze in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as Estelle Gray in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Dude doesn't have enough convention in what he is saying to memorize his own talking point, to memorize his own talking point. Family, I'm sorry, but you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Because to be honest with you, I would have to say those aren't his talking points. I would have to say somebody put that paper in his hand. I'm not gonna. Matter of fact, I'll let it continue just a little bit more.
I won't go as far as to claim that this is an official U.S. government psyop and that black folks in America are being paid to create this internal self-destruction. But I will say that this narrative is 100% compliant with the U.S. National Security Council Memorandum 46 to neutralize.
Notice how they keep bringing up Memorandum 46. James Small brought up Memorandum 46. Dr. Umar brought up Memorandum 46. Let's be honest. None of that even matters, because the truth of the matter is the real threat in America, and they've said this over and over, is the family unit. the Black family unit. Notice how they're trying to skip over that to try to make it seem like unity between Black Americans and Africans is the issue. No. No. They attacked the Black family because they said the number one threat to the national security is literally the Black family unit. Not us clicking up with Africans because they were already defeated. How in the hell would that even be? That wouldn't even make any damn sense. Family, let's move forward, because if I stay on this dude, we're not going to get through this forum. We are not going to get through this forum. Shout out to B1 Business once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. I would be too embarrassed to even get on camera and say that bees say that bees, he says that BS. I get it. That BS that he said. I would be too embarrassed to even think about reading anything like that on camera. Something that's so easily debunkable. Shout out to Affectionate Earth as well for being here. Much love to you as always, family. Let's go back here. So we got 15 already. 15 already, family. We're only 3 questions in. Number 4. Missing information. Are alternative views, are critical details excluded? Got to put that at a 5 too, family. Because every time they talk about the delineation, they never want to talk about what caused the delineation. Am I right or wrong on that? They willfully omit everything that the African has done to brought us to this point. They willfully omit everything that the Caribbean has done to get us to this point. They willfully omit all of the issues that we have with the diaspora, and then turn to us and just try to make it seem like it's all on us. It's all our faults. We're just a people who lack understanding and lack empathy, you see. When the fact of the matter is, you're deliberately omitting all the grievances that we brought to the forefront. So yeah, that's a 5. We're going to go 5 on that. 100-fold. We're still on number 4. I thought we was on number 6. Number 5. Simplistic narratives. Is the story reduced to good versus evil framework? Family. All these folks running around here talking about FBA or hate groups. We used to never have to go through this. We used to get along so well until recently, and these evil old FBAs came along, and now they're divisive. They're dividing Black Americans and Africans in the diaspora. They're divisive. They're dividing us from our brothers and sisters on the continent. But we don't have a word for you guys like Akata. You guys came over here with the Akata, the Jareer, and all those other words that you created to talk down on us. But yet, we're the evil ones in the situation because we're standing on our square and we're saying, yeah, no. Since you want to talk to us and act like this, yeah, you do that over there. Now, all of a sudden, we're the hate group, right? We're the CIA, right? Let's go here. No, we're going to remind some folk.
The FBA movement is such a disappointment. as a Black American, I thought it was going to be something that we could use to reclaim our identity and, have something to identify with, like for real, instead of like African American. We're foundational Black Americans because we built this country. We're the foundation to the United States. I've known about FBA since the beginning. I followed Tariq Nasheed from the age I was 12 all the way up to earlier this year, so almost 10 years. There are definitely signs that it was going to go in a very bad direction. First sign should have been this flag. Now, I don't really have a problem with the American flag like that, but if we're trying to have our own ethnogenesis, we should have a flag that's different than the United States, because it's really just the American flag. I didn't know till later that we do have our own flag, which is this flag, the Black American Heritage flag that's been around since 1967. I think it's crazy that so many FBAs are claiming the American flag, the colonizer's flag, over this flag. The second one, and this is my main problem with it, is it became a pretending movement. In the beginning, it wasn't really that direct, because when he would say what we are ethnically, he would say, yeah, we are African genetically, some of us came from Africa. It would go from, we're African genetically, but we just live in America and we're Black Americans now. Then it became, some of us came from Africa, and then it was just, we were already here. And now what you have is people who identify as FBA saying, oh, we're Aboriginals and we was already here. And the FBA is just another label that they add to the mix. And the last thing that happened more recently is when it became MAGA. There's a lot of FBAs, they're like these patriotic people. It's not really about us having our own ethnic identity, but trying to be some kind of conservative, Black American, Aboriginal thing, whatever it is. A lot of them are basically Black conservatives, but with a slight little twist. And the fourth thing I forgot to mention when making this video, it just became like anti-African and anti, Pan-Africanism. I'm not a big Pan-Africanist, but if we're going to like have any allies outside of Black America, it's going to be other Black people in other places. And I don't know why we're completely shutting ourselves off. Now, I'm not saying every African loves us or every Caribbean loves us, but internationally, these are the only people that's going to be there. But yeah, FBA becoming what it is now, it really sucks, especially since I used to follow Tariq for a very long time. I liked all of his videos. I watched like every single live, and became what he's known for now. That just sucked. I thought FBA was going to be a positive thing for our people, but it just became pretending MAGA.
Shout out to Armand. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Shalom, 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 as well as Born Critic in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom to you as well as V for Vengeance in the building. Much love to you. Shalom to you, family. Shalom, shalom as well. Family, like I said, we're over here minding our damn business, and they're trying to make us out to be evil people. He said just having an appreciation for the American flag was a bad thing. Now, real foundational Black Americans, we know that we got upwards to 6 flags. We have the American flag. We got the FBA flag. We got the Solon flag. We have the African-American, the Black American Heritage flag. Excuse me. I almost screwed up right there because he called it the wrong damn flag. Anyway, we also have the Juneteenth flag. I mean, what's so hard? So being proud of your country and being proud of the things that your ancestors did in the country, that's even considered as being bad. Why? It's because we are not demonizing America. We're not hateful towards America because it's our damn land. Of course, we want to protect our damn land. And the land that our ancestors have worked so hard to not only provide for us, but maintain for us. It makes no sense. Y'all don't get at Jamaicans for loving their Jamaican flag. They didn't create that flag. You don't get at the Dominicans. You don't get at the Nigerians, the Ghanaians. But it's so bad that we love our flag, that we love our country, that we stand on business for our country. But they can't give you a reason why. Let's go here, family.
All right, I'm gonna just come out and say it. I'm gonna just say it. Y'all on payroll. They on a payroll. Them leaders, whoever the leaders of the movement on, trust me. I don't know how I know this. I just know it. They on payroll. They on payroll.
Notice how they never can prove a statement. All they do is repeat the same nonsense over and over with no type of proof. Wait a second. Don't that fall into another category here? Let's go back here. Yep, number 2. Does it provoke fear, outrage, or guilt without solid evidence? So I'm glad we put that in the number 5. I'm glad we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th on that. Oh, 5th. Let's go to the next one, shall we? Number 6, tribal division. Does it create a us versus them dynamic? Family? I would have to go 5 on that too. We didn't create a us versus them dynamic. All we did was acknowledge our lineage. In the very same way that Jamaicans acknowledge their lineage, in the very same way that Caribbeans acknowledge their lineage, all the different folks of the Caribbean, from the Trinidad, all the way from the Haiti, all the way to the Dominican Republic, they all stand on their business. We acknowledge ours, and all of a sudden we're divisive, we're tribal. And all we're saying is you don't belong to our lineage. I can't go to Jamaica and call myself a Jamaican. I can't go to Ghana and call myself Ghanaian. I can't go to Mali and call myself Malian. I can't go to the Sudan and call myself Sudanese. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. But it's only when we're talking about foundational Black Americans, all of a sudden you're supposed to be able to come to America and become foundational Black American. And then it's you guys who's trying to demonize us. Oh, y'all are divisive, y'all evil, y'all this, y'all that, y'all everything but the child of God. But the fact of the matter is, we're the only real children of God in this scenario, to be honest with you, because you mother lovers, hey, yeah, you don't act like it. Shalom and salute on Leah's in the building. Much love. Thank you for being here, as well as shalom and salute to our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. My good sister, thank you for being here as well. Yeah, family, at this point, shoot, they got 25 out of 5 questions. They got 25 out of 5 questions. There's 15 questions left. And they got 25 out of 5 damn questions. Let's continue. Well, actually, 30. Because we're on number 6, the tribalism. So now we're on number 7. Authority overload. Are there questionable experts driving the narrative? Oh, family. Shout out to 400 PV. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. 1 out of 5. I need y'all to answer that question. 1 out of 5. Are there quote unquote, experts driving the Pan-African narrative? Please let me know. Mr. Smalls, thank you very much, our brother Kukizi. Mr. Smalls, I'll go 1 for 1 with you. Dr. Kubar Vasquez, our brother still Kevin Tree said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Seduction Doll said yeah. Our sister Bad said 5th. Our sister Hurricane said 5th. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm going to have to write down a 5 on that too. You 5 for 7 at this time. 8, 9, 10. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah. We getting some more 5ths up in here. Armand said 5th. Seduction Doll said 5th. Antithesis said 5th. We got a 5 from Affectionate Earth. Summer Breeze says 5th. Only Us 5th. AO says shout out to Fever. Shout out to the Fever. Good Lord. Armand said, plead that 5th. Yes, sir. Troy said 5th. Our sister Aquarius said, I got 5 on it. Yes. 5 on the dime. 5th. 5th. 5. 5th. 5. Jabari. Definite 5. Shout out to Miss Mika Jones in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Our brother Joseph, Joseph Word in the building. He says 5 too. Family, I think it's safe to say the answer to number 7, authority overload, that's a 5. That's 5th. That is 5th. Number 8. Call for urgent action. Does it demand immediate decision without reflection? Family, I'm just going to drop one thing on you. Just a reminder. We need to go back to Africa and take our money over there to build up Africa. I'll throw another one out there. We need to be worried about what's happening in the Sudan. Even though Admiral Fudel isn't worried about what's happening in the Sudan, we need to know what's happening in the Sudan. Oh, my sister Cooking with Ms. D, we're taking a little Psyop test here. As a matter of fact, I don't think I had an opportunity to play for you guys the man in his own words, but we'll do it after 10. Number 8, a call for urgent action. I'm going to put a 5 on that. Number 9, overuse of novelty. Is the event framed as shocking or unprecedented? Now, they are framing this as unprecedented because they're like, well, we've never been like this before. We've always stood up for our African brothers and sisters and our brothers and sisters in the diaspora before. All of a sudden now, we're stepping away. Like I said, negating the whole situation of why we're stepping away. So, overuse of novelty, I'm going to give that a 4. Wait. No, I'm going to have to give it a 5. Because the reason why I give it an extra is because of the fact that they always go back to say, what would Martin Luther King think? What would Malcolm X think? Malcolm X, well, his mother was grenading. Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and give that a 5 as well. A shalom and a B1 salute to our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Number 10, financial/political gain. Do powerful groups benefit disproportionately from Pan-Africanism? We know the Democratic Party absolutely benefits because they're the people behind pushing foundational Black Americans as the 6th region of the African Union. It's Democrats doing that. Oh, yeah. it's also a situation where we can clearly see that without us, all these other groups fail. Where are we when ICE is out there looking for illegals? Is what they say. Where are we when Trump is taking away temporary protections from a bunch of people that has nothing to do with us? Is what they say. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a our sister Key Prince said that's a 10. That's a 10. If it went that high, I would put a 10. But we're gonna go ahead and throw a 5 up in there. We're gonna throw a 5 up in there. Oh, family, we're already at 50 right now. The tally is already at 50 right now out of 10 damn questions. Now, before we continue, let me go ahead and play this clip here of the creator of the Neurocognitive Intelligence Program, or the NCI Engineer Reality Scoring System, which once again is just 20 questions that was created to and designed to detect manipulation. So I want to play this clip of what he had to say about this, and then we'll continue.
Most people have no awareness of how easily our behavior and even our identity can be completely taken over. But people are waking up. I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert. I've trained Psyops. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology. I want to show you exactly how to identify what we call engineered reality, or what some people call Psyops. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be a psyop. Let's do this.
All right, family. So the name of this clip is "Every Psyop Will Become Obvious." So if you want to go and watch this for yourself, please go and do so. This is where we've gotten this form here. And that's what we're going over right now. For those who are just catching up and just now joining us, that's what we're doing. We're actually going through the situations to see whether or not FBAs are psyops, if we're a psyop, or if Pangoofies are a psyop. Now, we did the FBA side, and on the FBA side, we got a 27, which is a percentage, and we're saying 27 is a failing grade. So no, we're not a psyop. However, right now we're scaling the Pangoofies, the Pan-Africans, and right now they're not looking too good. They got a score of 50 already, so they already didn't hit this moderate likelihood of look deeper situation. And that's out of 10. We still got 10 more questions to go. Shout out to our brother Kid Gravity in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. Now, let's go on to the next question. Suppression of dissent. Are critiques silenced or labeled negatively? Well, I'm going to be honest with you, family. I'm going to have to put a 5 on that, because when you tell anybody who's claiming to be a Pan-Goofy about the grievances of Pan-Africanism and how it does not benefit Black Americans, foundational Black Americans to be more specific, they don't even talk about the grievances. To be honest with you, they mask the grievance behind a reaction that we're giving to the people that's bringing whatever funk that they bring over to us. They will not address the scam Africans who come over here looking to use us as a lick. They will not address the scammers coming over here, bringing that scam mentality from their homeland over here to us. They want to make sure everything that we bring up as a grievance to the diaspora is due to the fact that these people have been colonized. Well, we live in the belly of the damn beast, and we're fighting the oppressor in the belly of the beast. And they come to the area where the belly of the beast is located in order to push that same colonized mindset. So all you're doing is making excuses for people rather than addressing the grievances in which we're bringing forward. So when it comes down to the suppression of dissent, I'm going to put a 5 for that. That is absolutely a 5. Y'all won't even address the issues. Number 11, false dilemmas. Are only two extreme options presented. Either you're a Pan-African or you're working for the CIA. Either you're a Pan-African or you're FBI. Either you're Pan-African or you're a cult. Either you're Pan-African or you're a hate group. Either you're a Pan-African or you're xenophobic. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with a 5 on that one too. And once again, for those who would like this document, it is in the description. You can download this document and you can use it whenever you're watching the news. You can use it whenever you're listening to different content creators. You got 5 on it. No, they got 5 on it. They got 5 on it, kid. It's them who have the 5. But you can go over this list whenever you hear any type of content creators using the same damn talking points. Let's go over to 13. Bandwagon effect. Is there pressure to conform? Everyone is doing it. Because everyone is doing it. In Pan-Africanism, yes, there's a lot of pressure. That's why they keep on trying to explain to us things that don't need to be explained. That's why they keep trying to tell us that we don't know our history when these folks typically don't know their own. Most of their history has been brought to them by our scholars. So yeah, I would have to say there's a bandwagon effect going on there. And you have more and more people leaving scam Africanism because they're seeing that there's a Pan-African bandwagon effect. You need to be on our side. You need to be for us because, you know, your ancestors fought for everybody. Those FBAs are a cult. If you're listening to Tariq Nasheed, he's your leader. They're trying to convince people to go with the narrative that they're pushing rather than actually take time to do their own research and make their own logical decisions. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and give that a 5 too. Shout out to V for Vengeance. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. He said, FBAs are smarter than Pan-Africans. Pan-Africans would never think to do this with the NCI. They just run their mouth. Let's keep up with the science. Much love to you, good brother. And I appreciate your contribution. Like I said, family, much love to you. Yes, yes, family. That's why I said I could have came on here and I could have been real disrespectful towards Professor Smalls. I could have just went piece by piece of everything he said. But I felt this was going to be a better option to give the family a form that was created by someone who trains people to participate in psyops, whether it being military or intelligence, and who's been doing it for 20 damn years. Let's continue. 14, emotional repetition. Are the same emotional triggers repeated excessively, and that's a 5 all damn day. That is a 5 all damn day. They continuously pushing our buttons, trying to use the same emotional manipulation tactics. We are so blessed over here, we need to be worried about the Sudan because those are our brothers and sisters. But then you get a Myron Gaines, an Admiral Fudel over here, and he over here calling us a bunch of dumb monkeys and niggers, trying his hardest to be under the lap seat of white supremacists. Shalom and salute to our sister Donna C in the building. Much love to you. So that's a 5-2. 15, cherry pick data. Family? If Pan-Africanism don't cherry pick data, tell me who else does. Tell me who else does. Let's go here.
Do not fall for the FBA trap. And what do I mean by that? What I'm talking about is that there are big moves happening on the African continent right now. And we need to understand that global Black unity is the most important thing on the planet right now. There's immense amounts of hostility towards Black Americans and towards African people as a whole because of the propaganda machine being put out by the white power structure. And one thing I'm saying on the side of the FBA is that, because there's, some negative comments from Africans, they wanted to delineate from us. They thought they were better than us, that we should now delineate from them because we're getting a little bit of a leg up in society now. And the thing I have to say about that is every single African group has been disrespected by another African group. And the reason for that is because of white supremacy and propaganda. What they want to do is divide and conquer. We have Captain Ibrahim Traore making big moves in Burkina Faso. We have Assima Goïta making big moves in Mali right now. Global Black unity is going to be very important because what Africa is doing to the European Union and what they're doing to the United States of America is going to directly affect African Americans inside the United States. If they're
Notice how they never tell us how. How does any of that affects us here when we've been sitting here way before? Let's take out the last 60 years. We were sitting here dealing with this issue on our own of white supremacy here in this country. We opened the door for other people to come in, which actually led us on a downward trajectory with fighting the white supremacists. But yet, what happens over there is going to affect us here? No, what's affecting us here is affecting us here. What's happening here is affecting us here. Ibrahim Traore, that's right now, that's wishful thinking. Why? Because he left one oppressor and ran over to the very next oppressor that he could. Am I hoping for good things for him? Absolutely. The same way that I hope for good things for South Africa. But Julius Malema, that man, he was an anomaly in the same way that Ibrahim Traore is an anomaly. Other African countries are going against them because they want to do what Julius said, kill the Boer. That's hateful rhetoric to a bunch of the different African tribes and countries out there. They don't like the fact that he's running around talking about kill the Boer. So let's stop acting like what's happening on one side of the planet is going to affect us when everything that we've done here affects everywhere around the globe. All we got to do is continue to do what we're doing here and watch the globe change. We don't care about nothing that's happening on that side. As long as they're not trying to hinder us or anything like that, that ain't our business. But these folks love to get up here and talk about how everything outside of America will somehow come back and affect foundational Black Americans, even though we have nothing to do with that. We have nothing to do with them. But let's continue.
Taking back minerals, if they're preserving their culture, if they're preserving Black unity and they're kicking white people out, then the hostility is only going to get bigger for us in America. And do you think it's better to side with the white Americans because we have some sort of, I guess, stake in American culture, an idea that doesn't even really exist? We are from Africa at the end of the day. And I know there was a...
Once again, making guilty convictions without any evidence, without any proof. We are not continental Africans. And if you want to say geologically, we're Africans at the end of the day, then everybody on the planet is Africans at the end of the day. And yes, we do have a tie to Americanism. Why? Because we are Americans. There would be no America if my ancestors didn't build it, if your ancestors didn't build it. Now, this man says we're Africans at the end of the day. No, you're an African at the end of the day. But once again, that goes back to that goddamn the uniformed narrative. The uniform messaging that these folks have been participating in. Let's continue.
A lot of people who disagree with my last video, but at the end of the day, Africans need to unite globally because the future is African. The future isn't white. The future isn't African American. The future is African at the end of the day.
Says who? Who gave you the premonition that the future is Africans? If the future was Africans, then Africans would be in Africa fighting for that future. That's not the case. The Africans are not in Africa fighting for the future of Africans. As a matter of fact, they're running away to the point where goddamn African leaders are over there making it very known, making it very clear. Hold on, let's go here. If you don't want to fight for Africa, if you don't want to fight for Nigeria, if the youth don't want to protect Nigeria, we will make joining the army mandatory. Let's go here, family. Shalom and salute to our sister Shun C in the building. Much love to you, my good sister. It's always good to see you. Let's go here.
If Nigerian youth refuse to join the army willingly, we will make it mandatory for everyone from age 18 to join. The 10,000 we recruited last year are nowhere to be found. If Nigerian youth refuse to join the army willingly, we will make it mandatory for everyone from age 18 to join. The 10,000 we recruited last year are nowhere to be found.
You know why the 10,000 that you recruited last year is nowhere to be found? It's because they're over here. They put on their air fleetmans and they fled as fast as they could. So if the Africans are fleeing from their responsibilities in Africa, what the hell makes you think that we're supposed to be standing for the people who are running from their responsibilities in Africa if African is the future? And if African was the future, guess what? The African in Africa would literally be doing things in Africa rather than trying to run away to do them all over the globe in other locations. The African would be going to school in Africa instead of in America, instead of in the UK, instead of in China, instead of in Japan. The African would be unapologetically African instead of being unapologetically Nigerian, instead of being unapologetically Ghanaian, unapologetically Malian, unapologetically Sudanese. They would see themselves as one people. But instead, they do not. Let's let them continue.
And at the end of the day, I also do believe this. They say, well, Africans don't claim us, right? Africans are African. They don't need to claim us. We need to claim Africans, which is something that we have been taught not to do for the past 500 years since we got off.
Get your man.
All right. You know what? That ain't enough. That ain't enough.
Nigga, please.
What the f does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the hell you mean Africans don't need to be claiming us? We need to be claiming them. What kind of mush mouth prison babble nonsense is that? So we got to claim a group of people who refuse to claim us, who refused to claim us. There was a whole goddamn era where we was pushing the African solidarity movement. Excuse me. You know, when we was walking around with the African medallions, the black fist, Afro picks and just the shirts, going back to Africa shirts, all that, you telling me that wasn't us claiming them? Only for them to run around and say, oh yeah, no, you are not us. You are not African. You are Kata. You are Kata. You Jarir. You Yankee. What the hell is this man talking about? We're supposed to just put up with the abuse and accept anybody who comes with open damn arms, is what he's saying. Damn them treating you right. You just need to treat them right, is what they're saying. Yeah, in the words of Randy Jackson, not Michael Jackson's brother, for all you tethers that don't know shit. Randy Jackson from American Idol is not Michael Jackson's brother, you dumbass bastards. But in that good brother's words, it's a no for me, dog. It's a hell no for me.
Off those slave ships. You get off a slave ship 50 years later, new Africans get off the slave ship. Oh, we're better than them. They're savages. They're this, they're that. You know, this, all this nonsense, man. And in my personal opinion, we as a collective need to understand what was done to our psyche as a people, and taking that out on African people is going to do absolutely nothing for you. When the African population rises up and when African dominance starts to dominate the world in the future, when we start using our own natural resources and putting them in our banks and making money for ourselves without influence from the Europeans, then what are we going to be doing? What are we still?
My question is this. Why is that becoming of Africans? Why would we make the Africans the leader of a situation without white supremacy? When the African in itself upholds the system of white supremacy, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Why would we take our money and put it into their banks when we could just create our own damn bank and put our money into our banks? And then we can loan out $10 on every dollar that's put inside of the bank. You want us to go and put our resources into their bank so that they can build up their country, their continent. And we're saying, hell no. We're saying hell no to all of that.
Going to be stomping on Africans. We're still going to be saying that Africans are not important. We should delineate from them. The white man is falling. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history. That's just my little PSA.
Let's be very clear about this. And I want everybody with the melanated skin to hear me when I say this. I'm going to say this loud enough for the people in the back. White supremacists and white supremacy is not falling because of Africans. It's only falling because of one group of melanated people around the globe, and that's foundational Black Americans. We're the only people fighting white supremacy. We're the only people fighting white supremacists. We're not fighting to be under a comfortable place, under white supremacy. We're not fighting to be the oppressor of other people once white supremacy is gone. We're fighting to remove the system of white supremacy and replace it with the system of justice. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. So white supremacy isn't falling because of an African. Why would we get behind the African? If we're the people that's instrumental to picking apart the Legos that's called white supremacy, then why the hell would we put somebody in front of us who has never picked apart a Lego in their damn life? All they ever did was take that Lego, put it in a glass case, and sit it on a pedal stool. Let's be very clear about this. Let's continue.
To my people in America, come on, man. It's time to wake up. Black unity is the only thing that's going to win. Anything else is just tribal bullshit. Nobody needs.
So why don't you go to Africa and force them into Black unity there? Why? Why come to the people, the only people that are majority on code, and try to tell us about Black unity when we know what Black unity looks like? We're the definition of Black unity. When you look up Black unity in the dictionary, you're going to see a product, a byproduct of FBAs. In the very same way, if you look up civil rights, you're going to see a byproduct of FBAs. In the very same way, if you look up just rebelling and having that warrior spirit, you're only going to get that warrior spirit from FBAs who are still standing, who are still fighting, and who are still beyond some of our warnings and things like that, are still fighting for people around the globe. There are many of us who are FBAs who still claim to be Pan-African. Now, there are many more of us who are trying to make them understand why Pan-Africanism don't benefit us, but we do understand they're still FBAs. These folks want us to get behind them. Once white supremacy collapsed, and the fact of the matter is it ain't collapsing because of you. All you would be doing is implementing a whole nother tribalistic system. And that's a no for us. Shalom and salute to Hebrew native in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Let's go back over here now that we done got through the freaking talking points of this tether here. Like I said, it's very important to go through this today because, God dang it, we could do piece by piece, apple to apple. Cherry pick data. We already got that at 5. Number 16, logical fallacies are flawed arguments used to dismiss critiques. Family? Are flawed arguments used to dismiss our critiques? Are what we call bad faith arguments used to dismiss our critiques? Shalom and salute to our good brother Reef in the building. Much love to you, my brother. If you don't think so, let's go here. I want to go here. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
The more you try to delineate, and this is for FBA, the more you try to delineate, and this is for FBA, Black American, American Black, white European, Southern white, Texan white, Africans, African American, African born here, immigrants there. The more you try to create your own space for your own people, is the more that is going to erupt and evolve and just look crazy. It's never ever going to work out in that way. Never. The solution is for us to be together. So the more people try to separate and create their own spaces is why we have war, trauma, issues, problems. This is why people love to say, all y'all whites, all y'all blacks, all y'all Africans. When nobody knows all the people in the entire world, you're just creating problems for yourself. But continue to be mad. The more you try to...
Family, was that not a bad faith argument? If you ain't never heard one, this is the point. This is exactly what we're saying here. None of these people are making it look good on themselves. Shout out to our brother Hebrew native. He said, I have Hamite and tether fatigue. You and me both, man. You and me both. You and me both. This person is talking about we creating our problems by delineating rather than us delineating away from the problem in itself. She looks like her breath stink. Yeah. Looks like a lot of things stink. Shout out to Dolores Lipcombs. Thank you for being here, family. She sounds crazy. You're absolutely correct. She sounds delusional. Her goofy self is in a public bathroom. Yeah, she took the time, wherever the hell she was, to go into, this is how important this was to her, to go into a random bathroom to have this conversation with the phone. It is interesting that you made that decision. I didn't even pick that up, but you're right, my sister. Shout out to you. Shout out to the descendants of greatness. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. FBAs are not allowed to have cultural pride. Meanwhile, Africans and Caribbeans have their own spaces, especially on college campuses and in Black cities. They have African culture events, but always in ours. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. That is a fantastic statement and a great contribution. Much love to you, family. You are absolutely correct. Let's go here, family. Like I said, we get into it. We get into it. Number 17, manufactured outrage. Does outrage seem sudden or disconnected from facts? Well, I'm definitely going to give that a 5 because, yeah, we've been seeing a lot of manufactured outrage when it comes to foundational Black Americans just stepping away, minding our business, letting everybody handle their own. Everybody's losing their shit. The Mexicans is losing their shit. The Africans has been losing their shit. The Caribbeans have been losing their shit. The Nabiscos have been losing their shit. All because we just decided to sit it out and let people handle their own business. So yeah, that's the number 5 too. That's going to have to be 5 on 17. Family, I don't think we even need to continue this, but we are going to. There's only 3 more left. There's only 3 more left. Let's see if we get a perfect score. Number 18, framing techniques. Is the story shaped to control how you perceived it? Framing techniques, that's another 5 because they're going around here trying to frame us to be what? Hate groups. Xenophobic. CIA. Divisive. This is what they're framing FBAs to be. So we got to go another big 5. That's 18. Number 19, rapid behavior shifts. Are groups adopting symbols or actions without clear reasoning? Family, aren't these folks running around here adopting the Black American heritage flag? Aren't they running around here adopting the Black American heritage flag? Aren't they running around here trying to say that they Sulan? Aren't they running around here trying to claim FBA? When we call out these people for not being Solon, for not being FBA, for not being a Black American, why do you have a Black American heritage flag? Don't they come with a bunch of nonsense, a nonsensical bull stuff? Well, my grandmother, she was born here, and my grandfather on my mother's side was born here. And so that makes me 2 generations out. That makes me a Solon. That makes me FBA. Well, my great grandmother on my father's side was from Trinidad, but he worked in a house with a bunch of FBAs. And since he worked in the house with a bunch of FBAs, then, that makes me FBA. Now, my mother and my father is from Nigeria, but I grew up in FBA culture, so that makes me FBA as well. Well, I know that my family's lineage comes from Africa, but we got family in the Carolinas as well. We're Gullah Geechee. Family, I'm going to go ahead and put a 5 down on that too. Number 20, last but not least, historical parallels. Does the story mirror manipulative past events? With Pan-Africanism, it absolutely does, because you had the Pan-Africans after slavery trying to get us to go back or go to Africa, even though we've never been to Africa, even though our blood was intrinsically just bled through the soil of this country. You can't, in any reason, at any time, tell me that this isn't a mirroring of history. Marcus Garvey was working with the goddamn Nabisco to try to get us sent to Africa. And it was people like Frederick Douglass, people like Harriet Tubman, and our grandparents, great-grandparents, things like that, that was saying, hell no, we're not going to Africa. We are American. This is our country, damn it. And every time we started getting on lineage business, here comes some Pan-African scam. Jesse Jackson did it when he brought African American to us in the first place. Even though in the early 1900s, the late 1800s, in the Negro Digest, you can read that nobody was rocking with that term. Nobody wanted to be called African American. Most people wanted to stick with being called Negroes. So we're going to have to put a 5 on that too. Family, when we look at the Pan Goofies versus us and this test, the neurocognitive intelligence program, these folks are 100 for 100 when it comes down to being a psyop. 100 for 100. And y'all don't have to take the numbering that I did and use that 100%. Download the form and do it on your own time. Do it with your own, at your own pace, with your own process. But the number that we then pulled here today, oh, that's 100 out of 100. So it would seem that Pan-Africanism is the psyop in itself, not foundational Black Americans, not the delineation movement. It's the Pan-African movement in itself that, according to this test, is a psyop. Like I said, family, the link to this is in the description. Shout out to our brother Still Kevin Trees. He said 100. They didn't just study, they all graduated, little agents. They graduated, little agents. Shout out to all the Pan Goofies. You guys got to move your tassel from one side to the other. You guys graduated with honors when it comes to this psyop shit. Very interesting. But since we've gotten through that, Now it's only fair to take what we've learned here and kind of use it in a more factual way, on a more factual basis. First, let's go to this here, family. Because I want the family to be able to chime in on a lot of these or all of these situations that we kind of talked about. Not all of it, but many of them. Let's go here.
I'm only responding to debunk people. Saying anyone who separates Black Americans work for the CIA, huh? That's very historical, anti-intellectual nonsense that really ignores both context and consequence. Separation for clarity, protection, and self-determination is not the same as division or tribalism for sabotage. The CIA didn't push delineation. So long, Black Americans have always had internal debates over identity, from Martin Delaney to Elijah Muhammad to the Deacons for Defense. Many advocate for distinct Black American self-governance. And it's been long before Pan-Africanism became popular. Really, ironically, it was the U.S. government, including the CIA and FBI, that targeted groups that emphasized Black autonomy, especially those who wanted to build for themselves. Even Fred Hampton said, "We don't fight racism with racism. We fight it with solidarity, but solidarity begins with self-determination." So delineation isn't any type of division. So recognizing distinct lineages is about accuracy and it's not hatred. Every other group practice self-determination and intra-ethnic advocacy without being accused of working for a government agency. So the real question is, people, why are people so afraid of Black American Sulans organizing under their own name, lineage, and interests? Because that's where it really threatens global systems. It's not fake unity, but sovereign clarity. So let's break it down, though. Why are these faceless accounts like this one, this Moonwalker guy? Why are they about truth? They're about control. The irony is very deep, though. The CIA has historically pushed Pan-Africanism and diasporic, as some people call it, or diasporic flattening, because it's easier to manage a globalized, non-delineated Black identity, quote unquote, than sovereign, politically organized Black American lineage. So let's talk about these receipts. COINTELPRO did not target Pan-Africanists the way that it targeted other movements or groups, such as the NOI and the SNCC under Black Power, the Panthers, and every Black group demanding land resources or sovereignty in America specifically. Why? Because Pan-Africanism disperses energy. It exports the struggle and decentered Black Americans from any political focus. Modern DEI and academic programs routinely evaluate Blackness under an abstract global concept. But when it comes to reparations, federal recognition, or lineage-based justice, suddenly it's divisive. So who funds this ambiguity for Sulans? Often foundations and globalists with ties to soft power agencies. So the CIA and these Western think tanks have long promoted Pan-Africanist coalitions in the name of stability and soft power diplomacy, but never support any lineage-based organizing because those movements are materially uncompromising. So when a faceless account just like this accuses Sulans of being CIA for demanding clarity, ask them, if delineation is a CIA op, why is the CIA and its academic allies always promoting Pan-African identity or Afro-diasporic unity, but never Black American sovereignty? This is honestly projection, people. They gaslight because they fear what we're building, a nation within a nation, and that's exactly who it is. And to clarify, we're talking about cultural sovereignty. We're not talking about seceding, none of that weirdo stuff. We're only particularly talking about obtaining our own cultural and ethnic sovereignty and self-determination. That's the nation I'm talking about.
Shout out to that brother right there, because he said exactly what we just went through in this whole NCI test. He just really broke down everything that we spoke about in the NCI test. Shout out to him. Also, shout out to Armand. We was never meant to be like other nations anyways. We were always separated, aka holy. Shout out to you for that. You're absolutely correct. As our sister said, we are not the same whatsoever. But let's go here, family. Like I said, I want to give the family their shots real quick, and we'll be done with them real quick. Let's go here. Also, let me give a B1 salute to our brother Damon Reeves in the building. Shalom to you, as well as our brother William Aaron in the building. Much love to you as well. Thank you both for being here, family. Yeah, family. These folks, 100% fold. Got they 100 out of 100. Got an A++ on the Psyop test. But let's go here.
What I saw the video about the FBA to white supremacy pipeline. That was laughable. Absolutely laughable. Let me tell you, we all have fallen for white supremacy at one point in time in our life. Absolutely. It's propaganda. It was fed to us. It was given to us all the time. So at one point, we all did. We all did fall for it. The 10 cents a day, the poor African children, they don't know what they're doing. There's a wild, there's a poor, they don't know what they're doing over there. They need so much help. We fell for it. You guys in the African continent fell for it. The blacks in America are so violent. They're so lazy. They're drugs. They're this. There's gangs. There's killing. You fell for it. People in the Caribbean fell for the exact. They use the exact same propaganda in the African countries all over. They used it. So actually, the white supremacy pipeline is what it just the fuck is. But the problem is, you all in the African diaspora, I'm sorry, in the diaspora, you all are still spreading it. Yes, you're still spreading it. Absolutely. You still are. Because you know what? The one thing, and I always say this, racist, white supremacists, always go down to this one talking point when they have nothing else to say in argument. Blacks are lazy. Why aren't you doing well in your country? Why aren't you succeeding? I always say that. I always say racist white supremacists always just go, it just boils down to them using insults in an argument, which doesn't even help their argument, which is, I think that's the last thing they do before they block you. No tea, no shade. But yeah, so there's no FBA to white supremacy. It's really just all over the world to white supremacy pipeline. It is. Until people accept the fact that Black Americans were done so wrong and so dirty. We have so much more to offer. It's crazy how when everybody says it, and I want to get a shirt, when we stopped working for free, everybody deemed us lazy. It is what the fuck it is. And you know what? We was talking about reparations so much, we don't even talk about it no more. And you know what? Y'all are just now catching up to it. I feel like, Black Americans we're just ahead. The crazy part is, I see a lot of Asians further ahead than anybody in the diaspora connected to us. That's why if you see like the Koreans or any of the Asians, they're already caught up with our music. They're caught up with the today, the no, the everything. Guess the propaganda didn't work over there, huh? Yikes.
Black does not mean African. And if you don't believe me, go Google it right now. Type in, does Black equal African? Google hits you with the real, no does not universally equal African, because Black is a racial category, a social construct based on how people look, skin tone, phenotype, not origin, not culture, not lineage. Meanwhile, African is a geographic label. It means from the continent of Africa, which by the way includes white Africans, Arab Africans, and folks who don't even identify as Black. So how does that work? It works because race is made up. It's a box they check, not a bond we share. See, they told us race was real to divide us, but then tried to flip it and say Black means we're all the same. Nah. Black is a look. Lineage is a life. Foundational Black Americans are not defined by race alone. We are defined by roots. Foundational means our ancestors were already here before the founding of the United States as it's known today. Not immigrants, not visitors, founders. Our bloodlines stretch back to the 1500s, 1600s, before 1776 was even a date worth remembering. Some of us were already here as Black indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, nations like Yamasee, Creek, Gullah Geechee, and Choctaw. Others were forced here through slavery, but not in the numbers they love to push. Less than 5% of the transatlantic slave trade came to what is now the US, which means a lot of us are not African by ancestry, but by assumption. Even those of us who do have some African roots, we evolved into something new. We forged a culture in the furnace of captivity, resistance, and brilliance that no other Black group on earth has lived through. We became foundational Black Americans. We are the children of cotton pickers and code breakers, of civil rights warriors and jazz architects, of enslaved mothers who nursed presidents and freedom fighters who burned plantations to the ground. Our identity is not just American. It is America's foundation. And don't get it twisted, we are ethnically diverse within FBA. We are Creole, we are Gullah, we are Southern Gothic and Northern Hustle, light skin to deep dark, straight hair to coily crowns. Our diversity doesn't erase our lineage, it proves it. And yet, every time we claim our uniqueness, here comes the fake unity patrol. But aren't we all Black? But y'all being divisive. But we come from the same place. Really? Is it divisive when Jewish Americans say they're not Italian? Is it divisive when Irish Americans trace their lineage separate from Polish or German ones? Is it divisive when Afro-Latinos want to be called Afro-Latinos? So why is it a problem when we say we are not just Black, we are FBA? Let me tell you why. Because the moment we name ourselves, the tethers panic. Because if we're foundational, that means some of y'all are not. If we have claim, y'all might have to step back. If we draw a line, y'all might get left off the list. And here's the gag. We're not doing this to exclude you. We're doing this to protect what's ours. Because every time we let Black get used like a universal key, we lose access to our own house. Reparations, they water it down. Cultural credit, they remix it. History, they erase it under Black and brown, people of color, African diaspora. Nah, we're done being the unclaimed genius behind the scenes. We are foundational Black Americans. And that name ain't for fashion. It's for function. It marks the people who were here before the Constitution, before Ellis Island, before African Independence Day, before border walls. The people who had no home to run back to. So we built one right here. You don't have to like it, but you will respect it. Because while you're trying to group us into a rainbow of struggle, we're over here tracing our roots through the soil of Turtle Island, pulling up deeds, names, freedmen rolls, and unbroken chains. So don't tell us we're all the same. We look alike, but we ain't alike. And the sooner y'all get that, the sooner we can stop fighting over race and start reclaiming lineage.
Shout out to our sister Jazz. That is Jasmine. I seen brother David already. Oh, goodness. I see. That is a good brother's Tethernator's girl. Shout out to Tethernator and Jasmine. Much love to the both of them. Let me also give a B1 salute to David Boyd. Thank you for becoming a new member. Your donation and contribution is blessed tenfold, family. Much love to you. Now, family, my apologies. I got a text message. Got distracted for a second. Family, shout out to the family, each and every one of them who broke down basically everything that we've been talking about ever since, god dang it, we started stomping hard for foundational Black America. You know, making sure people know that we are a different of people. We can be unified and have different cultures. We can be unified and celebrate those different cultures. We can't be unified while you disrespect us and think that we should invite you into our culture to take over our culture while waving your culture around as if it's going to replace what we built here in America. It's not. And a lot of these folks are going around now and just basically saying the quiet part out loud. Let's go here. This, I don't know, this ambiguous looking man, I don't know if he's Indian, Mexican. He's one of the two. He's Indian or Mexican or god dang Middle Eastern, something like that. Shout out to Debo. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Thank you for being here once again. This man right here just comes right on out and say what it's really all about. Why everybody is attacking us or going after us, trying to make us concentrate on everybody else's issues when we clearly stated that ain't where we are anymore. We're no longer dealing with that. That is no longer the reality in which we live in. We've created a new reality, and that's where you're going to have to find us. This man has made it very clear why people are worried about us having power. Because that's what it actually is. It's us taking our power. Power cannot be given. Power is only taken. Now let's see why they're really afraid of us having power, shall we?
So one thing I've noticed is that Black Americans have obtained a lot more power in the United States. They've been introduced into institutionalized areas and are becoming part of the system. And that's a really good thing. However, I do think the Black community needs to discuss what it means to be Black in a position of power.
Wait, what? Wait, say that again?
It means to be Black in a position the community needs to discuss. I do think the Black community needs to discuss what it means to be Black in a position of power. I do think the Black community needs to discuss what it means to be Black in a position of power. I do think the Black community needs to discuss what it means to be Black in a position of power. I do.
Now, why did I replay that? Why did I play that consistently over and over again? Well, family, if you're Black in America, one would ask the question, why does it matter? What does it mean to be Black in a position of power? It doesn't matter because you're not Black and you're not in that position of power. We know what it means to be Black. We know what it means to be in the position of power. So being Black in the position of power over the country, you better know damn well we already know what it means. And who the hell said he looked like one of the new Egyptians? If I could steal Kevin Trees, bro, you'll be throwing me the hell off. And you're not wrong, because that's what he does look like. He looks like a Turkish person. And that's what those people are over there. They're Turkish. In the very same way that the people over in Israel are Khazaric. So yeah, you're absolutely correct there, brother. That is a Turkish man if I ain't never seen one. Let's let him continue because he's going to tell you why it matters to him. And he's going to bust the cap open, wide open, on why it matters to everyone else that we're fighting for ourselves and not for everyone else. That we're not standing on opening doors for immigrants and things like that. Let's play it one more.
However, I do think the Black community needs to discuss what it means to be Black in a position of power. Because at one point in time, there were people like Malcolm X who wanted to tear the system down. And now Black Americans are faced with a choice of upholding certain institutional norms, which may have held them back in the past. However, they're not being impacted now.
What the hell is this Tether talking about? What is he talking about? He's talking about how historically we've been impacted by several institutions, but now we're no longer impacted. What institution in the United States of America that foundation of Black Americans are not impacted by? There's only one institution, our agency. But we're impacted by every other agency on American soil. No matter what agency it is. But what is the one agency that we're not impacted by? I'm going to let somebody in the chat answer that because we're way too educated to know what he's talking about. There is only one agency on American soil that cannot and will not impact foundational Black Americans. Somebody throw it in the chat for me, please. Close. We can be impacted by Homeland Security. There we go. Immigration. ICE. ICE is the only agency on this continent, on this landmass, that do not affect foundational Black Americans in a negative way. Why? Because we cannot be deported. So when he said that, he was saying that in a matter of, he was trying to make it seem as if, yeah, you guys were once oppressed by these same agencies. However, you're no longer oppressed. No, the oppression never went away. The oppression never went away. And we kept telling you people about the oppression. None of you wanted to listen. You all said that we're too lazy. You said we blame the white man too much. You said that, God dang it, we became lazy after we stopped working for free for some damn reason. But yet, you only want to address a situation. You only want to address a situation because it's now on your front doorstep. So now, essentially, what he's saying here is, well, you guys been right all along, but what are you going to do now that we can determine that you're right? Simple answer. Leave you mother lovers left. Shout out to Ms. Mika Jones. She said ICE works for Homeland Security. Yes and no. It is a part of Homeland Security. And what I mean by Homeland Security in itself, Homeland Security is an agency amongst itself. ICE is an agency amongst itself. They can work together. However, they are not the same, right? Homeland Security can come at me for anything that they deem a national threat, right? So I can build, let's just say I build a stink bomb, right? And Homeland Security deems the chemicals that I use as a, hindrance for the country. It can cause a lot of problems. Homeland Security can come after me, but they can't send ICE to come after me whatsoever. Now, if you are an illegal and you build a stink bomb and Homeland Security deems it to be dangerous, the chemicals used, a endangerment to the country and the people in it, then Homeland Security don't have to come after me. They can send ICE after me. And then ICE and Homeland Security will work together not only to charge me, but then remove me after I serve whatever time I'm going to serve. So yes, they both work with each other, but they're not one and the same as an agency. They still, Homeland Security still have a reach that ICE don't have, and ICE don't have the reach that Homeland Security do have. I hope that I explained that clearly or better than I once explained it. But yeah, you're partially correct on that. Let's get back over here and let the tether continue with what he had to say.
Americans are faced with a choice of upholding certain institutional.
Are we going to uphold the certain institutions that oppressed us? Well, sir, you're not dealing with those institutions. The institution that you're dealing with is ICE. ICE has never affected us. So, we don't have a problem with you having to deal with that institution because that's the institution that affects you personally. It doesn't affect us. Shout out to Hebrew. He said the orange man said they have 30 days. 30 days. That you Donald Trump. Salute. I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's continue.
And now Black Americans are faced with a choice of upholding certain institutional norms which may have held them back in the past. However, they're not being impacted now. So it will be interesting to see how this progresses, and it's an interesting historical shift in the United States. Yeah.
So it's interesting to see how it's going to progress. Family. Us having power in this country isn't going to change the border laws. Let's be very clear on that. We, for the most part, want to keep the illegals out of our country. And I don't know why these folks think that being foundational Black American would make us more sympathetic and empathetic to a bunch of people storming our country, taking over the resources, taking over the jobs. As a matter of fact, let me show you something, family. Let's go here real quick. Let's go here. We're supposed to want this as foundational Black Americans.
This Hispanic company hired over 240 undocumented immigrants, Orduna Plumbing, and from 2022 to now, they made $74 million. This is how they lock other businesses out of the market, because you can't compete with cheap labor. It's not quality work that, set them apart. It's cheap labor. Imagine you could hire 4 people for the cost of one person. A company have to pay for one person. So how they found out about this operation is one of their vans got pulled over in upstate New York, and all 3 of the workers were undocumented. And then one of the workers that went to go pick up the van, because they deported and detained the undocumented immigrants, told law enforcement the whole operation. Oh, they hire undocumented immigrants. If they have passports, they snatch those passports away, tuck them in hotels, tuck them in houses like sardines, and pay them but below minimum wage. So that's how these companies operate and able to lock other companies out of market.
Shout out to our sister Cooking with Ms. D. She said, is he jealous, church? Yes, all of them are. Because here's the fact. For the longest, they thought we had no power in this country. And many of our FBA family probably thought the same thing until we made not one presidential election crash out, not two elections. Well, actually, it is two. Really, Joe Biden has messed it up for Kamala. Well, basically, they messed it up for themselves. But we still made two presidential elections crash the hell out. And now that they're seeing Trump really utilize ICE in the way it's supposed to be utilized, and they're seeing everything that we say is coming into fruition, they're able to tell that we have power now. All the folks that was sitting there saying that we didn't have no power, no, we don't have the power to keep them out, all this other stuff, they're now seeing the power that we wield. And that's why the little Persian dude or the Turkish dude that I just played, he said it's very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how Black Americans use the power that they have. And that's what it's really all about. Them trying to stifle our power because they want to continue to leech off of us. So yeah, they're absolutely jealous. They're jealous and they're mad. 100-fold. Shout out to our sister Astarte Jones. She said, for once, FBA is not the focus. We're resting. Y'all going to have to hold your own nuts. And y'all better make sure to do so. Let's go here, family. This is another situation they want us to overlook as Black Americans, just so that it can be here.
Hey, who's the scissor lift operator? Yes. Come back over here. You can find the that's it.
Yeah, that's all the folks that they picked up from the Nebraskan meat packing plant. 80% of their staff. I showed the other clip of Donnie on timeout, and he was talking about over 240 undocumented workers, and the Michigan Hispanic couple made $74 million by harboring. We're supposed to just look to the side, just look the other way. When every study shows that these illegals are hurting foundational Black American communities overall. Immigration in itself. But we're concentrating on the illegal aspect of it right now. Everybody who's ever done a god dang report on illegal immigration or immigration and the effects of the Black community on the Black community has come out and said it's harmful, including Kamala Harris' father. Including Kamala Harris' father. So, family, with us taking our power, not holding power, but taking our power, not being given power, but taking our power, that's what's driving these people crazy right now. And that's why you have situations such as the one we're about to get into. Without any further ado, the situation with James Small and him doubling down and saying some of the most disrespectful things that somebody who could be called an elder would ever and could ever say. Shout out to Summer Breeze. I agree with you 100-fold. These companies should be prosecuted at the highest level. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trump should be arresting all of the executives as well as arresting any of the goddamn illegals. When you see illegals, there should be twofold arrests going on. There should be arrests going on for the illegals, and then there should be a whole nother situation happening where motherfuckers are being arrested for being an executive harboring fugitives. Shout out to Bad. She says immigration in any form has never been good for FBAs, and you're absolutely correct. These are treasonous corporations that should lose all kinds of profit, and I agree with you 100-fold. Not only lose profit, but they should be fined. They should be fined to the max ability while the executives are jailed to the max ability. So even if the executives get arrested, the company still needs to pay a fine and not either or. Let's go over here, family.
Powerful weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Thank you, Stephen Biko, for enlightening us that we must struggle to rebirth African consciousness, not French consciousness, not Arab consciousness, not European consciousness, not British consciousness, not Chinese consciousness. We must struggle to rebirth African consciousness.
Family, my question to this whole situation, why do we have to fight to rebirth anything African? Why aren't the Africans fighting to rebirth African consciousness? If it's African consciousness, that means it's from Africa, right? Why do we over here in the Western world must fight to reestablish something that should be established there because it's African consciousness? It's supposed to come from them. Shout out to our sister Bash. She said his wife is Caribbean. Yeah, I heard. I recently heard that. What was it? Friday on our good brother Black Alpha's broadcast, where he brought up the fact that his wife was Caribbean. And he said it out of his own damn mouth. So yeah, we already spoke about this several times over when we were speaking about the civil rights movement. Two people can do two different things for two different reasons. Two of the same things for two different reasons. Many of those folks wanted interracial access. And this is exactly what we're seeing right here, right now, once again. People fighting for their interracial access. I'm against anybody saying we have to go to Africa to rebuild anything African when the Africans don't look at needing to rebuild whatever African consciousness, African architecture. They don't look at that as a priority. But yet we're supposed to look at it as a priority. Miss D said he's a two-faced demon. I feel you. I feel you. This is why our creator told us not to interracial with other nations. Intermix with other races. Okay, feel you 100-fold, family. In Nigeria, they have a statue of white Jesus over 200 feet. So teach them about consciousness. Hey, shout out to Andrea Jones for that one right there. That is a punch to the stomach statement. That is one of those statements where you got finger guns going pow, pow, pow. Yes, shout out to you. Go teach them about the consciousness. Yes. Let's continue.
You understand? African consciousness. And somebody say, oh, this African thing is fine, but I'm Kikuyu, I am this, I am that. That's fine. But that just means you're a little piece of what makes the African African.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you only exist as a whole when you say I'm African. I live in America. Some of my people, they call themselves.
How in the hell you only exist in a whole when you say that I'm African? We had no connection to Africa. We created connections off the presumption that we were African. And they made sure to let us know we are not the same. Whether we went over there or whether they came over here. Before any of us even took Africanism into accountability, we knew here. We knew our indigenous nature. We knew the stories passed down from our grandmother, our grandfathers, our great-grandmother, our great-grandfathers, our great-great-great-grandmothers, our great-great-great-grandfathers. All those stories that was passed down to us, we knew them here before anybody even thought about an African. But go off.
FBA and ADD and African American, yeah, but all of them are just little fragments of a bigger thing called African. And if you deny the bigger thing, you denied your mother, you denied your father, you denied your grandmother, you denied your great father, you denied your great great father, then you have no existence except as a clone and a hologram of the enemy that oppressed you.
So the enemy that oppressed you isn't a part of that same African? No, James. Professor Smalls. You're not going to leapfrog over that nonsense. If you believe in the outer Africa theory, then you believe that everybody on the planet at one time or another was an African and is an African. How the hell do you jump to the conclusion that claiming our American culture, claiming foundational Black American culture is a disrespect to our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our great-grandmothers, our great-grandfathers, our great-great-great-grandfather, our great-great-great-grandmother, but yet it's not a disrespect to the Nabisco when he don't say he's African. It's not a disrespect to the Jamaican when they don't say that they're African Jamaican. It's not a disrespect to the Haitian or their ancestors when they don't claim to be African Haitian. It's not a disrespect to the Dominican. It's not a disrespect to anybody in the Caribbean who claims to be Trinidadian, who claims to be whatever the hell they claim to be. But when it comes down to us, it's a disrespect to our ancestors. This goes back to where the NCI was talking about basically arguing or having bad faith arguments in order to dismiss our grievances. Everything this man just said was completely in bad faith. But let's continue.
A clone and a hologram of the enemy that oppressed you. Now, I'm not saying these things to sound cute. I'm trying to give you structure to understand oppression. What is a hologram? You know? And so when you understand that, you understand, oh my God, this man is saying we're not even, stop being African, we ain't Black, we're just shadows of European filth.
Yeah.
But Europeans are shadows of African filth, right? No, Professor Smalls. This is the nonsense that you're spreading. And so we got to break this down to the very last compound. We got to break this down like a fraction. I need to know, how is it that we're just a projection of the European, but the European, if you believe in the out of Africa theory, is a projection of the African. Oh, yeah, I don't think you're making too much sense, Professor Smalls. And this is why you're having this conversation with a no-name African with a small page compared to many of the other people's pages you've been a part of, or been on, or been there to do interviews with. Let's continue.
People say, oh, Small, you sounding racist. That sounds so mean. Do you know the millions upon millions of our people slaughtered on the grounds of Africa, spilled their blood by the hands of these people so they can take our gold and our diamonds and our anything else they got their hands back to Europe to build Paris, to build London?
What do you mean our gold? What do you mean our diamonds? See, you're speaking from the perspective as a continental African, but you're not living over there as a continental African. The fact of the matter is this, family. James Small owns property in Africa, in Ghana. He also does the Back to Africa tours in the very same way as our Kwesi used to do the Back to Egypt tours. So their money is drying up because delineation has made it to where foundational Black Americans don't really care about going over to Africa. We don't really care about putting our money into a group of people who say we don't have a culture, who love to disrespect and denigrate our lineage, heritage, and culture. So yeah, for the most part, nothing he said is making sense because he's straggling. He's swinging in the dark. God dang it, like Trey in Boys in the Hood. He's just swinging at the air, trying to find something to hit because he's losing money. Let's continue.
To build Antwerp, to build all of the great cities they have, was built off of the blood of Africa and the robbery of Africa. The very technology that runs their society comes from the mind of the African that they took and oppressed.
So why isn't the African fighting back against that oppressive system? Why isn't the African fighting back against the colonized and the colonizer? Why isn't the African standing on their soapbox saying we need to get these colonizers the hell up out of our country? And if we got any leaders who are protecting these colonizers, we need to remove them from leadership. And if we got anybody who's going against us, we're looking at them as an enemy. Why aren't you doing that? Why are you pan goofies over here trying to wag your finger at us when you got a whole continent of billions of people who you still have not gotten on code yet? Who you still have not put on code yet, but you expect us to just leapfrog over all this nonsense that these people bring to us just to be on code when these folks aren't on code with us. Why are you trying to make their problems our problems? Because it's not our problems. That war going on in Sudan right now, as hurtful as it may sound, guess what? I'm fighting the war over here. And we got a bunch of turncoats that look just like us trying to sell us out to the same Nabisco that you're sitting there trying to tell them we're colonized by. And we've never been colonized as a people. We've continuously fought and continuously fight. But once again, omitting the real problem while trying to point the finger at us. Exactly, Miss D. Cowards. The very same thing that James Small tried to call us. Cowards. Well, a coward ain't going to stay in the belly of the beast and continue to fight. A coward flee to where they'll have an easier life because someone made it easy for them. That's a coward. A coward is somebody who wants to come over here and tell us we concentrate on the Nabisco too much. That white supremacy isn't a thing. Who only sees white supremacy when the barrel of the white supremacist gun is pointed at them. That's a coward. And then that coward got the nerve to turn around and try to call us cowards. You're a coward for not addressing the cowards in the situation. The people who came to our country and started all this nonsense. That makes you a coward. You want to handle the cowards with kid gloves and then go after the rioters as if we're the cowards. You got the game messed up. Name me any African by large, any African country by large that has sent or tried to do anything for foundational Black Americans. Don't worry, I'll wait. The only person that you can actually say, and I can say singular person, was Gaddafi. But what other group of people, what other countries have seen what was going on over here and said, that isn't right? We're standing with our foundational Black American brothers and sisters. By large, the answer to that is a big fat zero. Because they would rather come over here and live in that same oppressive system knowing that they're not the ones that's going to be oppressed. Well, if we get pulled over by the cops, you know, they're going to look at us all the same. Until you start speaking with that accent, until they read your last name on your driver's license, until you're shown to not be the Negro. In the words of Malcolm X, they'll have issues when they're confused to be a Negro. But any other time, that won't be the case. Let's continue.
And yet took our thoughts, our inventions, our science, and our technology and claim it as their own and build their society, leaving us in poverty, won't even share their technology with us, which came from our minds in the first place.
I don't know what our technology and our intellectual property theft has anything to do. I don't know how it has anything to do with Africa, because it doesn't. What we invented over here, we invented over here. You can't name me anything from Africa that has benefited the globe in the way that we've literally consistently invented things to improve the globe. He's just trying to merge our experiences with theirs in order to have some sort of camaraderie, and it doesn't work like that. But I say, yeah, right. The accent will be in full effect, and you better believe it. You better believe it. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. In the immortal words of Sergeant Waters from The Soldier's Story, the Black grassroots can't afford you no more. That's it. That's all. Let's get back over here.
Won't even lease their patents to us so that we can develop. So they create laws and rules so that we can't learn the technology that they've learned. Most of the technology came from the mind of the Africans in Europe. And the
Then why the hell is there a technological era stagnant? Why is it that we don't see nothing of notoriety coming out of Africa technical technology wise? I don't even know why I'm stumbling over that word. Why is it there nothing coming out of relevance that can be deemed as a technological angel or just a technological feat? We don't see that coming from Africa like that. We just don't.
Africans in America to build their societies. We've got to stop lying to ourselves. You are the only importance you can really have when you realize that you are, and take this as deeply as I'm saying it, you are your ancestors. If you understand that you are your ancestors. Someone say, oh, he's talking that voodoo stuff. Yes, I love voodoo. Voodoo is my heart. I love traditional African spiritual understanding. That is my fundamental intellectual reality. I love African sacred science because that is what gave birth to all the major Western religions that they have abused and profaned after we gave them something to civilize them. They dress like the civilized.
Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D. This is a phenomenal question. Do you think that he's in debt to Africa? I'm going to tell you like this. He might not be in debt to Africa, but he might be getting threatened with them pulling his lease, because you know in Africa they don't sell you land. They give you a lease for 100 years or 50 years, depending on where you are. And he has a hotel out there. I wouldn't be surprised if they threatened to snatch his lease and naturalize the hotel. I wouldn't be surprised one bit. 1 second you're speaking like the grassroots, and then all of a sudden you're just so hateful towards us, as if you've never known Tariq, as if you've never spoken at our reparations rally, as if you've never came out speaking like this.
You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festivals. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world that allow all ethnic nations to profit has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. We African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that, that our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, we had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
Shout out to the Voice of the Ancestors for posting this. And I'm going to be honest with you, family. I want to give a shout out to the Voice of the Ancestors as well. I want to make sure that people understand that I'm not taking this clip out of context. This clip is the clip that he was talking about, that there was like 2 hours long or whatever, but he was calling out the African brothers and sisters. He said, this is that clip. However, you can still hear in the clip, his talking points are a lot different than what they are now. He's not being a balanced out professor when teaching these things. He's not saying, well, the African, they are being, the delineation movement was caused due to the African coming here disrespecting. And then he can go into his spiel. He don't do that. And none of them do that. They make it seem like there's an excuse for these people because they've been colonialized, and we have to just have empathy and understand that they're still colonized. And no, we went through some of the worst atrocities, really the worst atrocities known to man here on this continent. You're not running around telling the African that we need empathy. Yeah, we want to separate from you guys because you guys have been disrespectful, but you know, we need empathy because a lot of you seem not to understand the causes of slavery here in America, the causes of why we go through certain things that we go through here in America. You don't have any empathy for us. Why the hell should we have empathy for you? But this is what they do. So to your question, my sister, Ms. D, yes, I truly believe that they got at him in some sort of way and said, hey, we're going to snatch this land back if you don't get back on code. Let's go here, family, because I don't want to hold you guys too much longer. I know our brother Jason Black is on, and I didn't mean to go this long, but it was very necessary. Let's go hear this FBA divisive nonsense that he had to say. My apologies, family.
Because we were trying to tell a story about our people, about two, three really very significant leaders in our community, and we wanted that story to be told well. And even though we don't get the awards and accolades we deserve, I think we more than deserve, we told the story and the world saw the story. And they couldn't stop that part of it, you know? They couldn't stop that.
Well, Prof, well, thank you so much for being. That's why when I was watching the show, I was like, who is a consultant? So I didn't know, man. So thank you so much. So, Prof, as we segue into, so Prof, I don't know whether you're active online and in social media, but if you are, you've probably seen this petty beef, between Africans and African Americans, and
you have to rephrase that. Some Africans and some.
Yes, some, very few. But you see the.
Real quick before we continue, family. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. You be safe, my good brother. Before we continue, family, I have to say this. If you have not checked out Sincere Loves to God's breakdown of this situation, please make sure you go and do so, because we had our brother Voice of the Ancestors on there. Our good brother Chase was on there, and they also had Dr. Kaba's son on there as well. And so I say that to say this. This man is acting like he don't know what the hell the situation is. But before he talked to James Small, apparently he also spoke to Dr. Kaba, and Dr. Kaba broke it down to him verbatim what FBA is, what the situation is. So all this that he's doing here with James Small is completely disingenuous. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's actively being an antagonistic person. He knows he's scamming. He knows he's a scammer. Let's let it continue.
Problem is, Prof, and I like.
Oh, shout out to Faith Speaks Life. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister.
I don't know if I told you this when we were speaking on phone, but if I didn't, let me tell you that even if it's few, because you told me it's 99% of us who are on the right track and 1% who are on the wrong track and who are really spewing a lot of divisive messages. But that 1%, Prof, is very, very consistent online. I mean, you would think that.
Yeah. But the reason they are, because they're busy fighting their game and we're busy reacting to their game. Let's fight our game. Let's tell our story. Let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about African Caribbeans, African Americans, African Latinos, and how we are striving to get closer and work together, how our cultures have survived all over the world, how our culture has survived from Brazil to Puerto Rico to Cuba to Jamaica to Haiti to South Carolina to Mississippi to Alabama. Why don't we tell our side?
Family, this is revisionist history. We are telling our side as foundational Black Americans who've been the only people who have stood up for everyone globally. And now that we're actually speaking up and telling our side, you got people such as yourself, Professor Smalls, who's trying to revise the history in itself, who's trying to lie about the contributions of Africans here in America. That's factually false, excuse me. It makes no sense that this person would tell you to honor the ancestors, and we said, okay, well, we're honoring our ancestors here. Oh, well, you're disrespecting your ancestors. It makes no sense that he says, tell our story, and we're like, well, we're telling our story verbatim for what happened. Oh, well, no, you just don't want to accept the contributions of your fellow Africans. Exactly, my sister. It's not a game. It's about erasure. We see what the hell y'all been doing. We see what y'all been doing. We've been calling it out in real time. And you do just like the NCI report says, it basically bad faith arguments in order to explain away or to just, negate the grievance that we're bringing to the table.
And yes, we were there before Columbus, but we were everywhere before Columbus. So why is it so important that we were in North America? We were in South America, we were in Brazil, we were in Cambodia, we were in China.
That's like telling any indigenous person around the globe, why does it matter? Go and tell an Australian, what does it matter if you was in Australia first? Go and tell anybody from Africa, what does it matter that you were in Africa first? Go to South Africa and say that. You're not going to do that because that's absolutely disrespectful and disingenuous. That isn't even a real goddamn statement. It isn't even a real statement. You would never fix your mouth to say that to anyone else. But you thought that you had the seniority to say it to us. And this is why you're being looked at as an old fool right now. You are an op. You are no one to look up to. You are no one to respect. Because you have shown us quite clearly where your loyalty lies. It lies to your pockets. It lies to your land over there in Ghana. It lies to your hotel over there. It lies in making sure that you're stable while not giving a fuck about our stability. While not giving two shits about what would make us who we're supposed to be in this world, which is minding our own and fighting our own damn battles. You are an op. You are a coward. You are an agent. And when I say agent, I'm not specifically talking about the CIA or FBI. I'm talking about an agent of white supremacy. Now, you may also be an agent of the FBI, CIA, but I'm going to tell you exactly what the hell it is, how it needs to be said. You are an agent nonetheless. Shout out to the descendants of greatness. Thank you for your cash app, your super chat. Your super chat is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Family, Smalls is bought and sold. Many olders and their offspring sold FBAs out. They set us back 70 years. We're finally stopping it, but only because Tether's exposed their hands. Otherwise, many would still be unaware. You're absolutely right. We ain't doing this because we just don't like Africans. We just don't like Caribbeans. We just don't like others in the diaspora. We've never brought that type of energy. But the energy that we did bring along is that match your energy type energy. We're not going to treat you better than you treat us in our own damn country. The country our ancestors built. The country that everybody from around the globe want to run to because we're the only black folk globally who have created opportunity for other black people. Shalom and shout out to descendants of greatness for this super chat. Much love to you for that phenomenal addition. Let's let them continue.
And so what we're dealing with, you've always had those who was ashamed of being African. But it isn't just that.
You always have those who are afraid or ashamed of being African. That was never us. We were the only ones propping Africa up in the way that it was propped up. As a matter of fact, you have more Africans who are ashamed to be African than you have, quote unquote, Black Americans who are ashamed to be African. Black Americans at least don't come from the continent. You got Africans over here now when we ask, what is your lineage? Where are your people from? And they will name everywhere else but Africa. They are ABK, everywhere but Africa. Excuse me, ABA. Everywhere but Africa. Excuse me, EBA. I don't know why the hell I say ABA. EBA, everywhere but Africa. When we say, what part of Africa are you from? Unprovoked? Oh, that trips them out. Why would you say I'm African? Are you African? Yes, but why would you say that, nigga? And that's because, and I played it on one of my broadcasts here on this channel, Africans look at you saying that you look African as a derogatory statement because they link African and poverty together. So yeah. Shout out to our brother Iron Will. He says, this is my thing with delineation. Aren't the Africans that sold other Africans the original delineator? Great, fantastic question, my good brother. Go talk to them. They revoked our Africanity, excuse me, Africanity when we ever had any to begin with, if we ever had any to begin with. And you're absolutely right, my good brother Iron Will, for this statement, because the original delineators who sold people who said they're not like them, they were a part of a different tribe, sold them off, and then decades later, they commemorate them selling off those other Africans. Why aren't you in Ghana talking to them about that? They got whole parades about selling other Africans into slavery. Let's continue.
Part of it is the reaction between what we call the immigrant ideology versus an indigenous ideology. The Africans who have been in America for the last 500 years feel that the Africans who come to America in the last 5 years do not ally themselves with them, but ally themselves with our enemies. That's what's at the crux of this. Right? It isn't just the denial. And so
why are you sitting here disrespecting us and our lineage when you have a firm understanding on what's at the crux of this situation? You're not going to the Africans, wagging your fingers at them, telling them that they need to fix their behavior in order for them to be any type of unity between foundational Black Americans and Africans. You're not going to the Africans and telling them that they need to get behind us because we've been the only people fighting for actual Black unity across the globe, but more specifically fighting against white supremacy, while these same people have been fighting to uphold that white supremacy system. Why aren't you having those conversations? Why are you over here trying to have these conversations with us? Shout out to our sister Bash. She said they've been selling since the 7th century. Shout out to our sister Aquarius. She said, who is paying Professor Smalls? The Democrats? I would not be surprised. Like I said, it could be a combination of both. You have the people in Ghana talking about snatching up his land rights or his land contract. In the very same way, I'm pretty sure he saw all the Black folk who came over or went over there from America whose houses got snatched up from them, whose houses was looted, taken away from them, whose businesses was taken away from them by the Ghanaian government. By these same folk. You are not speaking about that at all, sir. Where is the outrage for that, Professor Smalls? But go off.
And it isn't that the Africans who are arriving lately is allying themselves with our enemies, because they don't perceive, just like we don't know our history in America. How do we expect the guy from Kenya or Nigeria to know the African American history? We don't know the history. So our people come, they're trying to ally themselves with the...
No, we know the history pretty damn well. As a matter of fact, we know the history so well that everything that we're bringing out, the mainstream media has to turn around and corroborate. We've been saying we're Aboriginal for so damn long. Now you got the natives, the quote-unquote Siberian natives, coming out agreeing and telling their goddamn Supreme Courts that, yes, these folks are native. These folks are Aboriginal. They are a part of the tribe. So saying we don't know our history when you quite literally said we know more of their history than they know of their own history, that is a complete contradiction. And then you say that they're not coming over here allying with the Nabisco, but they're allying with the resources that the Nabiscos have. That's the very same damn thing. They're still allying with the Nabisco. What are you talking about? You're contradicting yourself in every statement.
Advantage. So are you going, if you're going to a community to get rich, are you going to ally yourself with the impoverished person in the community or the rich person in the community? And so it's a...
With that being said, how are these our family members? How is this our brothers and sisters when their only thought processes is allying with the people with the resources? They're not here to fight the good fight like we do. They're not here to stand on business like we do. If there was a draft implemented tomorrow, these people would be fleeing their ass to another country as soon as possible. So how the hell are you trying to tell us that we have to be compassionate with a group of people that are quite literally coming over here to align themselves with the people that we're open enemies with? Once again, it goes back to the NCI form that we just filled out, where it talks about the flawed arguments used to dismiss critiques. This is a hell of a flawed argument. One hell of a flawed argument. Let's continue.
Lack of understanding, it's a lack of interaction that needs to take place more often so we can understand. Yes, even African Americans, we ally ourselves with the white man. So how are we going to get mad at the Nigerian brother allies ourselves with the same white man? But that's
we align ourselves with the white man? When, Professor Smalls? When has we aligned ourselves with the white man? If we've aligned ourselves with the white man, we wouldn't be where we are today. Jim Crow would still be a thing. Slavery would still be a thing. Here in America, none of these melanated other people, the mops, would be able to come to America if we aligned ourselves with the Nabisco. What the hell are you talking about? At this point in time, you are making me think that you got some sort of crack pipe at this point in time. There is a crack pipe somewhere in the room because you're talking like a crackhead. And I know a crackhead when I see a crackhead. Let's continue.
It's what's at the crux of it. You understand? So the perception that, oh, we fought for these advantages, but you come to America and you're allowed to have this advantage that we fought for because they are scared of us and they're not afraid of you. Because they can take advantage of you because you need a green card so you can't fight back. But they can't take advantage of me because I can fight back. These are all of the little nuances, right? But none of them understand it enough.
But yet they're not too afraid to fight back right now. No. When god dang Obama was in office, nobody said nothing. When we were standing up fighting against the police injustice with all of the situations that took place, from Trayvon Martin to Mike Brown on out. Sandra Bland, nothing. But yet, we go through Trump, and everybody was trying to give us fear tactics. Then we go through Joe Biden, and they wasn't giving fear tactics. They was giving replacement tactics. We are here now, nigga. You can't do nothing, nigga. What are you going to do? Kamala is going to win, nigga. And then, after Kamala loses, now everybody is losing their damn minds. Everybody want to call on us. What you're saying just doesn't make sense, James. Let's just roll it back just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Scared of us and they're not afraid of you. Because they can take advantage of you because you need a green card so you can't fight back. But they can't take advantage of me because I can fight back.
Then why are they running around right now saying Trump is the devil? Trump is a fascist. Y'all out there, you got these people out there in the No Kings protests and all this other nonsense, waving Sudanese flags, waving all these different flags, the Ghanaian flag. But when it came down to police injustice, when it came to us, oh, nobody had nothing to say. They was too afraid. But now when the spotlight's on them, now more than ever, they're speaking up against Trump and speaking up against the American government and speaking up against the American citizens, namely foundational Black Americans, for standing on our foundational Black American square. The fact that we're not allowing them to gaslight us into believing that we should be fighting for a bunch of people who's been disrespectful to us since they got here. Yeah, what you're saying don't make any sense.
These are all of the little nuances, right? But none of them understand it enough to explain it like you and I are now doing. And so that's why we have to tell our side of the story. We have to say, we see what's going on, but you don't hate your brother because he's lost his sight. You grab his hand and give him guidance. Where have the African Americans opened up a refugee center while brothers and sisters coming from home and need help and assistance?
What the hell are you talking about, James Small? Matter of fact, hold the phones. I'm about to cuss. Hold on.
What the does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
Let's expose this man right here, right now. What in the hell are you talking about? Where are the refugee centers that we've created for them? Why? Number one, the refugee encampment that you're speaking of is called America. It's called the United States of America. We fought to crack open the door to even allow any refugees of dark melanin hue into America. They was not allowing any melanated mops into America before we fought for that. So the refugee encampment that you're speaking of, it's America, damn it. And number two, why in the hell is it why is it placed upon the people who you said was sold away to now create situations for people who sold them? Why is it on the people who you claim was sold away to create programs and situations for the people who sold them away? What type of nonsense is that? What type of nonsensical rhetoric is that coming from? For what? So I got kicked out of the house. And so now I got to build a house, not just for myself, but I need to build a house on the side of my house that connects into my house for the person who kicked me out of their house. What kind of sense does that make? This goes back to the NCI, nonsensical rhetorics, bad faith talking points. It makes no sense. Shout out Armand. They literally get free housing, EBT, everything when they flee on over us. I don't know what the hell this man is talking about at this point. This man is reaching, he's grasping for straws. And I've seen people grasp for straws before, but this is definitely a reach. Let's continue.
So how are we going to complain if they go to the Indian or the Chinese or the white man for aid when we have not set up any place to aid him?
The stupidity. You're not this stupid, Smalls. That's how I know you're on some bought and paid for stuff, because you're not this damn stupid. How are they going to any other group for that aid when literally they're put in our neighborhoods, given our resources? They're not given aid by the Indians, the quote unquote Native Americans, the Siberians, Putin's Mexicans. They're not given aid by this. Well, if you're Somalian, you might be given aid if you're Somalian by the Somalian. But if you're outside of Somalian, you're not given aid by the Somalian community. They're not going to the Mexicans getting any type of tangibles. They're not going to the Asians. Truth be told, they're not even going to the Nabisco. They're dropped off into our neighborhoods. They're given businesses within our neighborhoods that we get denied for. And they basically siphon our resources. Let's let them continue.
When they come and they have no place to stay and they're looking for a job. You understand? So if the whites give them that support, then naturally they're going to advise themselves with the whites. And then the African Americans saying, oh, you ally yourself with my racist enemy and you're against me. That's a big part of what's going on. That's not true across the board, because many of the brothers and sisters who are Muslim have been able to blend very well with the African Americans who are Muslims. But the African Americans and many of the brothers and sisters on the continent who's from the Christian community have not been able to blend very well. And that's the majority community.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. If you're Muslim, oh, you can mix in well with the Muslim Africans. But if you're Christian, oh, this is where the problem lies. It's not the fact that they come over here being disrespectful to our lineage, heritage, and culture. It's not the fact that they come over here trying to steal our accomplishments. It's not the fact that they come over here trying to say that we're lazy. It's not the fact that they come over here and quite literally say we blame the white man for everything and the white man isn't so bad. It's the fact that we're Christians versus being Muslims. The bulk of us are non-denominational. Whether we believe in the Most High or not, many of us have stepped away from traditional Christianity. So what the hell are you talking about? Now it's just black Christians. If you're Muslim, oh, don't worry. The Muslims, they're good. They can deal with the African Muslims, things like that. Let me ask you this question then, Professor Smalls. Ilan Omar, she's Muslim. And many people in the black community have a problem with her. And not just her, but the Somalis that she represents here. Does that have to do with Christianity? Or do it have to do with the fact that they're coming over here and her prime minister is making it very clear that they're here to represent the Somalis back home, not black Americans? Come on, Smalls. You're way too intelligent for this.
And so this fight between the whites and us, our people are caught in the middle of that fight. You understand? And we're saying our people are siding with our enemy. They're not siding with the enemy. They don't even know what the hell's going on. They don't even know we got to fight.
They don't know what the hell is going on. They don't know that we in a fight. Family screenshot the bucking on this situation. He's bucking the eyes. He's bucking the teeth. He's bucking the bald head. I've never seen a bald head buck. But today, family, apparently, we got the pleasure of seeing an eye bucking, teeth bucking, head bucking son of a gun. To lie to us and tell us that we don't see what we see. Don't believe our lying eyes. Believe what I'm telling you. That's so disingenuous. That's so disrespectful. And this is why a lot of people aren't rocking with you. There's a lot more people being way more disrespectful than me right now. But like I said, I wanted this to be a teachable moment. I want the youth to know that, yes, we can actually go in and shut down all the nonsense that these people be bringing to us. But we're going to do it with some scholarship. We're going to do it with some science. We're going to actually do it using our history. We're going to shut these liars down by using truth. Because the only way you can get rid of the darkness of a lie is to shine the light of truth on it. These people don't know what the hell is going on. They quite literally have gotten online and said, we don't come to America and fight for you guys because we're not coming for that. We're coming to wealth ourselves. I'm coming to make money and send it home to my country. I'm coming to do whatever they're coming to do, but standing with us is not what they're coming to do. They've made it very clear out of the mouth of their own mouths. So I'm supposed to listen to you and not use the and not listen to the tether and the words in which he said, in the words of Maya Angelou, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. Let's be very clear about that. When people show us who they are, we believe them. We're not just going to take your word for it. That's all Professor Smalls is here doing. He's on this whole little interview talking about take my word for it, bro. Just believe me, bro. And we're sitting here telling him hell to the no. Shalom and salute to April Showers in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. They don't even know what's going on, but yet they can tell you why they don't want to unite with you, but they don't know what's going on.
And so it's our job to tell the history, tell the story, have the political discussions on forums like this so people get a better understanding of what the conflict is. So you got people who thinking, the ones in America thinking, our brothers from home don't want us, they hate us, they betrayed us, because look, they only go with the white people, they don't come with us. And then the one from the continent says, oh, our brothers in America, they treat us terribly, they don't offer us a hospitality hand to come, and help when we're in crisis, but the whites and the white organization do. And so that's where you see this thing coming from.
The whites and the white organizations. So you're quite literally explaining why delineation is necessary. You're trying to convince us that they're not working with the Nabisco, but in every sentence you're turning around and giving the reason why they feel they need to and should be working with the Nabisco. That makes absolutely no sense. And it only makes sense to a bunch of people who wants to push this narrative. Shout out to John Washington. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. As well as, you know what? I'm just going to call you the elder. I want to make sure I say on Mo Wale, the elder. If I did not say that correct, hold that to my head and not my heart. But salute to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Let's let them continue.
Nobody will really say that because they don't know how to articulate what neither side is seeing. You understand? And so,
family, we've been articulating what's been going on very clearly. We've been the most articulate. That's it. That's all. In the very same way that he's talking about tell our story, we need to tell our story. When we stand out and tell our story, you have a bunch of goddamn tethers come in and tell us that that's not our story. We don't know our story. And then they try to sit here and say, see, what you FBAs do not understand is a big old boat came over from Africa and they took your essence from Africa, even though you were already here, and they brought you a new essence of Africa once you got here, once the big boat, and you don't understand that Marcus Garvey was, yes, he was fighting for you. However, he was also fighting to make sure that you, as Black Americans, can live to be free. Well, you know that we were fighting before Marcus Garvey even got over here. But you do not know the history. You have to understand the history of how Marcus Garvey influenced your Black movements in America. Marcus Garvey couldn't even influence the Jamaicans back in Jamaica. Why would he be able to influence Americans? No, he came to a place that was already on code. And then when we saw he was off code, we got him the hell up out of here. Ah, yes, but Marcus Garvey was not trying to work with the white supremacists. He just wanted us to have our own place, our own land where Black people will rule and take care of each other. Well, if that's the case, why didn't he just move to Africa? Because Africa was already, your own place, your own land. You all were already over there. Why didn't y'all just started taking care of each other? You FBAs do not know your history. You are so stupid. You are so divisive, nigga. This is what we get. And we're done. We're done with the lies. We're done with the fabrication. We're done with all of the talking points, the CIA talking points. We're done. It's our job to explain it away because, no, it's not our job to explain it away. Our job is to call it out and make sure people respect our gangster. We're not going over to Africa playing against them in their politics. I'm not in Nigeria telling the goddamn Nigerian government that the people in Nigeria don't deserve to be treated like humans. I'm not in South Africa, telling the white South Africans that they're entitled to the Africans' land. I'm not in the UK telling them that Caribbeans in the UK and in the Caribbeans aren't owed reparations. We do not need reparations. I'm sitting in my goddamn land where my ancestors built and created opportunities for everyone else. We're not having the same damn conversation. I don't have to teach anybody any damn thing. If you come to my nation, if you come to my country, you should know my history. And understand the dynamic between us and them. And when I say us, I mean FBAs. And when I say them, I mean everyone else.
We have a situation where we have more brothers and sisters who are immigrants from Africa who are being deported, and we don't even know they're being deported. They're being arrested. We don't even know they're being arrested. You understand? So for
How many of them stood up for us when we were being arrested for no reason? Or did they tell us, oh, just comply, nigga. If you would act with some sense, the white man would not treat you like you have no sense. How many of those immigrants in the Congressional Black Caucus or in government, period, have gone to any of the prisons where we're being overly tossed in there to the point where they have to release many of us because it's so many people being thrown in there without proper representation? How many?
those of us who even want to help them, we can't help them because we don't know how to find them. Until the other day, downtown Manhattan, they raided down on the east side, where a lot of our people from the continent vend. And that's when it blew open and we go like, now they're attacking Africans. Before they were just attacking the Spanish speaking from South America. But at the same time, they were attacking us, but they were keeping it very quiet. But that day, the ICE people came in the open.
Family, has ICE ever attacked you? I don't know about y'all, but I've never been attacked by ICE. Maybe I should knock on wood for that. I just got to say, I've never been attacked by ICE. But he said we were quietly being attacked. First, ICE went after the Latino brothers and sisters. Then they went after the Africans, but we were silently being attacked, he says. Let's run that back a little bit.
But at the same time, they were attacking us, but they were keeping it very quiet. Before, they were just attacking the Spanish-speaking from South America. But at the same time, they were attacking us, but they were keeping it very quiet. But that day, the ICE people came in the open and just beat up on our people and took their products and ran them away, so that the next day, a street that was always full of West Africans, there was nobody on the streets. And that's the first time our people realized there's something wrong.
So ICE pulled up on a bunch of illegals in New York who were vending out there, and I've played broadcasts before on this channel that showed the freaking African out there boosting purses and things like that, selling counterfeit goods. So ICE coming up on them, taking their counterfeit goods, somehow affected us? Make it make sense. A people who's here illegally, selling goods illegally, their problems became ours? How so?
And so there's a tape that I made years ago where you see me chastising some Africans on the street and saying, you don't own your own cloth. It's only a 3-minute thing, but it's an hour and a half tape. But somebody wanted to attack me and said I was anti-African, so they cut out the 3 minutes and sent it all around the world. But what was happening on that street that day, that's 125th Street, the vendors were on the street, but the police would only arrest the African-American vendors. So I was just walking by, coming from the shooting of the young man Brown out in St. Louis, and I'm walking to get to the train station to get home. And they're out there and they called me and they asked me, tell me what's going on. And the brothers from the continent were afraid to get involved politically. They wanted everybody to come to a meeting at the National Black Theater, all of the vendors, and said we will work together. That if they come to take these young men's socks and the t-shirts they're selling, all the vendors would stand up against them. And we want you to sit there and let them take the African-American young men products and arrest them if they fight back. And so the brothers from the continent, 90% of them wouldn't do it. So I was there chastising them and everybody agreed. And so they started the meetings. And it lasted for a good while, almost a year. And the leader, Jack, his mom had a heart attack and he had to move to Georgia. And he was the glue, that was holding that network together. But they still work together pretty good on 125th Street. About 60% of the vendors are from West Africa, East Africa, and the rest is from the United States and the Caribbean. And so if you don't work together, the police will take advantage of you and they will take your products,
Family, the police have been harassing us for far too long. And none of them has stood with us. Now, if you were able to get them to stand for each other out there in New York, kudos, good for you. But once again, that's a Black American standing up for a non-American for them to do illegal things or to partake in illegal activity. How does that benefit the Black American on that side? Like I said, family, and we're going to end it here because there's a lot going on. Maybe at another time, I'll break down more of this. However, I want to say this. When it comes down to calling us every name under the book, that tends to fall under the NCI situation here within the questionings. That falls right under this. And since we don't want to be Pan-African, they label us everything under the sun that's evil. They've been doing it so much on TikTok, family. They've been running around trying to make us look like CIA so much on TikTok. TikTok has done something that I've never seen TikTok do before. TikTok has implemented its first fact check. It has implemented its first fact check. TikTok, the app of the land of the lost, say, you know what, this narrative is getting a little bit too, then we got to shut this shit down. Let's see what it says. CIA and FBI exploring the alleged connection. Let's get into it. The CIA/FBI, excuse me, I don't know why I say FBI up there. The CIA/FBA link is a controversial claim suggesting, there we go. Suggesting the CIA manipulates the foundational Black American movement to create division. We're not a movement. Our movement is delineation. Foundational Black American, just a lineage. While some TikTok creators assert this connection, evidence remains unverified. And you see one of the videos is the videos that we were just going over. And another one is one with this goddamn tether. I believe she's Dominican, who's trying to amen Dr. Umar on his nonsense. Core arguments. Alleged CIA involvement. Predominant claims that CIA funds are influence FBA to fragment Black unity, citing historical tactics like COINTELPRO. Counterpoints. Critics argue FBA's focus on African American heritage, Black American heritage, is independent, emphasizing cultural preservation over political manipulation. So, family, this is TikTok for the first time ever. Shout out to our brother Iron Will. He said evidence that's unverified is just speculation. Evidence that's unverified is just speculation. And in court, you can't be speculatory. In court, you cannot be speculatory. You have to have the evidence to prove your case. And quite honestly, family, we've proved our case. 100 out of 100 got a perfect score. Got a perfect score on the neurocognitive intelligent program reality scoring system. 20 questions that was designed to detect manipulation. You got 100 points. The test that was put together by Chase Hughes, a man that's been a part of the intelligence community for over 20 years, training Navy SEALs, training CIA agents, training FBI agents in their way of practicing Psyop, created this test, and the Pan-Africans aced this test. Is there anything left to say? I doubt that there is. These folks are out here crashing the hell out because everything that they're doing is only making it more and more apparent that you're op. You're an opposition. You're an opponent. You are an agent at the end of the day. That's it. That's all. And you're mad because everything that you guys keep trying, keep failing miserably. In the words of our sister Cooking with Miss D. These people are failures. And so they want to come over here and try to make the winner look like the loser so that they can feel more like a winner. And the answer to that is a emphatic hell no. It is an emphatic hell no. And I want to make sure people understand that we're standing on our square when it comes down to this, because just so you know, all those folks that was running around here acting like, yeah, there is nothing you can do, nigga. There is nothing you can do. We are here now, nigga. Now you're crying about ice trucks. It's about to get a lot worse than that. Oh, yeah, it's about to get a lot worse than that. Now, even if you come over here, Mr. I worked hard. I came over here with $2 in my pocket and I worked hard. FBAs are lazy. You don't know how to work hard. Well, you get a chance. You get a chance to deal and show us how hard you really work. Why? Because even if you get over here legally, Trump is now talking about if you receive any type of public assistance, you can be denied for citizenship. Let me say that again. Mr. I came to America and I worked hard with $2. You get to now show us how hard you really work. You can work hard at becoming a citizen, and you can work hard without the government assistance and subsidies. Because Trump has said, if you are receiving government assistance trying to become a citizen, you can be denied. Shout out to our brother William. He said, Trump said, get out while you still can. Oh, yes, 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 yes. See, Philip says, ha, ha, ha. Them link cards are going to be empty as us. Yes, it's going to be empty as F. Let's go here, family.
Well, in some immigration news, it looks like DHS is going to be changing the rules when it comes to an adjustment of status starting in February. So if the petitioner has ever received any sort of government assistance, Medicaid, food stamps, Section 8 housing, they are going to start denying the green card for the applicant. This comes part of the public charge rule. It's being broadened, and they're also giving the officers more discretion. They're removing the narrow list that the officers go by, and they're letting the officer make the call based on the totality of the circumstances. So this also applies to people that live with you. So if you have extended family living in the house and they're on government assistance like Medicaid or food stamps, that can also be determined by the officer to be a factor to actually deny your green card.
Uh-oh. Whoa. That means all you immigrants living 10 to a house talking about y'all do better than FBA. Uh-oh. Looks like that won't be a case now, will it? Oh, snaps. Oh, snaps. The 10 to the house people going to have to start really putting in some work now, aren't they? Let's let them continue.
Medicaid or food stamps, that can also be determined by the officer to be a factor to actually deny your green card because they're going to consider you a public charge. Now, it looks like these rules are probably going to go into effect the late February. So if you're thinking of doing an application, if you want to sponsor your spouse or someone close to you, I would recommend that you file the application as soon as possible. This way you're grandfathered into the older set of rules. And it looks like immigration is starting to get a lot harder. They're putting more hurdles in, more hoops you're going to have to jump through. And honestly, I really feel bad for people that are using the preparers or just someone that's not as qualified as an attorney, because I foresee a lot of denials and a lot of people being sent to removal in the future. So if you have questions about this, of course, you can use the link in my bio to schedule a consultation. I'd be more than happy to discuss your case with you.
Yeah, family. Yeah, family. Yeah, family. I'm trying to tell you that ABK is coming down real quickly, ain't it? Yeah, see, when we say that the ancestors are honoring us because we've been honoring the ancestors, you could see it with your own damn eyes. You can feel the spiritual energy surround us. When we say something goes, it go. And then everybody starts following suit. So now, since y'all say you come here with $2, you work hard, you become more successful, now you actually have an opportunity to show us you come into a country with $2, not receiving any assistance, not living in a house with 10, 12 people, and show us how hard you truly work. And for many of you, you're already tripping out. You got folks out here saying, hey, you know what we should do? We should take Caribbean culture and infuse it together with foundational Black American culture. We should just have one big old culture and celebrate our one big old culture. And we like, hell no. Hell to the nay no. Let's go here in closing, family.
What if we blended Black American culture and Caribbean culture to create an architecture that both Black Americans and Caribbeans could live within? Now, this is where the exquisite would meet the vibrant. This is where, after eating jerk chicken with oxtail, rice, and peas, and steamed veg, you drink wine to cool it off. And I think that this would be the equivalent of that in architectural form. So just imagine if we were creating the Kingston Tropical Jazz House in Flatbush, Brooklyn, or in Harlem. These are two areas in the same city that carry a large population of Black Americans in one area and a large population of Caribbeans in the other area. And I think that as the culture of migration and individuals moving throughout the world really changes, a lot of Jamaicans in Canada, a lot of Nigerians in the UK, I think that we have to start to look at how expat culture and how it relates to where the migrants are now living in these areas, how that shapes that particular area moving forward as people have to live in these blended cultural spaces with different people. So the Kingston Tropical Jazz House is clearly a blend of cultures, whereas you have the Kingston, obviously that's Jamaican, tropical, that obviously relates to Caribbean identity, but the Jazz House, which is clearly Black American. And if you're Jamaican and you know anything about Greensleeves and the music from the 60s and the 70s, it was heavily inspired by that Black jazz sound, that soul sound. And vice versa, when you look at hip hop in the 70s and the 80s when it was first created, obviously everybody knows about Kool Herc, a Jamaican who came here and brought that sound culture to America. So I think that by having these places of refuge, it's almost like this. The Kingston Tropical Jazz House is a clubhouse that would forge cultural connections between both Black Americans and Caribbeans, and it would force us to look at the similarities. So as I said before, the exquisite meets the vibrant. What you could have are, in the Caribbean context, you have finishes that are unfinished, more granular, more grainy, more textured, and it has a certain sense of rawness to it. And on the flip side, you have Black American identity, which is much more expressive, but it's more tonal. It's not as loud as Caribbean culture, but it's very expressive. The finishes are much more refined. And I'm speaking specifically about what you actually see when you're in both areas, and even relatively speaking about the cultures as well. When you listen to the music, now obviously no culture is a monolith, and each culture will have opposite of exactly what I'm speaking about. But I'm speaking on just a general basis. To blend these cultures, it would be a curation of mixing exquisite refinement with vibrant, colorful forms, textures, shapes, and colors to create a balanced space that represents the identities where both can live. And in future videos, I'm going to get into actually how there's so many similarities with the deep porches versus the veranda, fenestration openings, windows, how doors actually work and operate within both cultures, and how we could have something like the Kingston Tropical Jazz House Members Club that both Caribbeans and Black Americans can take refuge in culturally. Let me know how you feel about this. I'm excited to hear you guys' thoughts.
Well, family, I'm going to tell you my thoughts, and my thoughts is hell no. Hold on, I got to say that again because I didn't throw my head back farther enough. Hell no. All this is another way for people to steal our culture. And shout out to our sister Bad who caught that. Kool Herc learned from FBA, stopped the BS. Yes, he did. But guess what? If you blend our cultures together, you can have people such as this dude run around and make it seem like Kool didn't learn from us, that we learned from Kool. and anybody else that they want to toss into our culture. So yeah, you could take this little erasure tactic and push that shit to the side. We're not having any of it. And family, this is what having power looks like. This is exactly what having power looks like. Shout out to On Code FBA in the building. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here. You have all these folks trying to tether onto us in any way possible. You got all these folks whose pockets are drying up, who are now looking at us as the reason why and want to call us the CIA, FBI, call us a Psyop, when the actual document here proves otherwise. The Pan-African, Scam African, the Pan-Goofy, whatever you want to call them, they have scaled at 100 by the NCI's meter. We only scaled at 27. But if we wasn't so damn powerful, if we wasn't making headway, none of this would be happening. If we were still running around here calling ourselves Africans, none of this would be going on. If we was running around here still voting for the Democrats without any type of tangible, saying, hey, you don't have to give us nothing, you being a Democrat is enough for me, we wouldn't have this situation. All of this stuff has happened for one reason and one reason only, and that's because foundational Black Americans not only woke up to all the bull stuff that was going on, but we started to talk up. We started to speak up and speak out. And every time they try to come with some sort of counter argument, we shut it down with history and facts. So now, since we have the history and facts, they know that they can't just go around trying to just tell us any old thing. So they know that they have to go around and tell us any old thing. It don't even matter if it's true or false anymore. Just lie. Just lie. Just lie as much as you can. And when you think you're done lying, you lie some more. And when you think you're done lying some more, you lie even more than that. Because if you don't do that, all you're doing is basically giving that leg up to foundational Black Americans. And that's what they hate. And that's what they're trying to stop. With the Turkish dude running around here asking, what is it going to look like with Black people with power? They're concerned about their communities when we get our power, because look at how they treated us when we had no power. That is the real issue here. But to try and call us agents, when everything that you guys have been doing from the jump has been agent behavior, from the very moment that we started to wake up, the very moment that we stood on our square, the number one question on the NCI engineer reality scoring sheet is what? Timing. Does the timing feel suspicious or coincidental with other events? And ever since we said hell to the no, we won't go, no tangibles, no vote, reparations now, lineage-based reparations, you've seen an uptick of several different agents of chaos or agents otherwise, coming out trying to make it seem like what we're on is wrong. Well, family, I'll end with this question. If what we're doing is so wrong, Why does it feel so right? Why are we seeing all of our efforts in real time do what it do? No. It's because we're not wrong. It's because our train has been on the right track for a while. And they're just trying to figure out how to put a abrupt stop to it. But guess what? Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. And anything you put in front of that train, we're breaking through. So it don't matter who you send out. You can send out people that we looked at as elders, and we'll revise that to make sure that everyone understand that they're not elders, they're olders, because they are working against our interest. You can send out someone who says they're an ally. And the second they disrespect and show otherwise, then we're going to call them out for the tether that they are. You can send us your very best. And I guarantee you, when we're done with him, he's going to look like your very worst. FBA is undefeated because we're standing on this lineage business. Like it or not. And at the end of the day, you don't have to like it, because your ass can't check it. So you better just sit down and respect it. But with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, please make sure you download this sheet. Please make sure you download it. And keep a copy on your computer, keep a copy on your cell phone. Because trust me, we can use this in a lot more areas than where we used it today. Today, it just focused on pan-goofyism. But we could also use this to go through the lamestream media. We can also use this to talk about your academias or your academics. This is a very, very, very useful tool. Just make sure you keep it in the toolbox, family. With that being said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here, all my members, my mods, all of my patrons. I'd like to thank everybody who's donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, or PayPal. As a matter of fact, give me 1 second because I do got to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out because, like I've said prior, I'm not able to see the people who donate through PayPal until after the broadcast is over. So I want to make sure that I give a salute to our brothers and sisters who actually has donated using the PayPal as well. 1 second. Oh, that's the wrong one. My bad. My bad. So let me give a B1 salute. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold up. Let me give a B1 salute to John Johnson and Renita Phillips. Thank you for your Cash App donation. I appreciate your donation and your contribution, and much love to each and every one of you. Now, like I said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your donations, no matter where it went, whether it's Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal. And I really want to stress this. If you've never seen what winning looks like, look at your haters. If you're losing, you don't need haters. You won't have haters. People only hate when you're doing something that they ain't. Much love to each and every one of you. I would like all of you. I wish all of you a beautiful rest of your Sunday night. And with that being said, my family, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.